I am. And stay this time. I'll follow the path set on my mind. I'm leaving you, and now I know you'll miss me when I'm gone. You'll miss me when I
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the grand finals of the ROG Showdown series today. I'm Zach, and with me here on the desk is Tanya and Grammy, and I think all of us are really excited to be here for this best of five series between the two teams that have absolutely managed to step it up. On one hand, we have Alter Ego Celeste, who has not lost a single map, I believe, so far in this tournament, while on the opposite side, we have Ren Esports Victress, who, after losing one match to AECL, have dominated with their way to the loser bracket to face them again here today. And I think we're really excited to see how this match is going to go, especially considering the map vetoes which have come in, the five maps which we're going to be seeing for the day, which are absolutely looking spicy. But before we head into that, how are my co-casters feeling today, Grammy?
I'm okay. I'm feeling super excited right now. Personally, I've never casted any of these teams before, so coming into this, I'm really excited to see just what these players have in store for us because Alter Ego Celeste they've been super dominant so far, especially in the VCT game changers circuit. They've only ever lost once against X10 Crit, and after that they dominated the lower bracket and came in back to win 2-0 against X10 Crit anyway. So Alter Ego Celeste is just on a roll right now. But on the other side of the server, we are gonna have Bren Esports Victress, which although they I would consider them the rivals of Alter Ego Celeste, but I mean they
I mean,
have also been showing us a really strong performance as well, especially since yesterday's matches against Zolmaraki. They were playing against the same opponent, so they showed a really good performance as well. And Tanya, what do you think of today's matches?
Well, today we might end up to a five map per day because the way both the teams performed yesterday, they ended up having 2-0 scoreline. Though they had the same team to compete with, which was Zolmiraki. For Zolmiraki, they were able to give tough fight to Alter Ego Celeste. Unlike on the other hand, Brent Esports Victress did not allow any tough kind of fight to join in. And talking about the map of time, it was a sheer domination coming in. So I would call it sure on the part of experience, Alter Ego Celestial do have an upper hand there. But talking about Bren Esports, they are neither too weak here to compete. So we can expect a day to end up with a five mapper. And what else do we want? We want a full load of action, and these two teams are ready to show us. And not only that, today it's the day what we call is do or die, now or never. One prize pool, one title to achieve. Which is that team? We'll get to know. It is Indonesia versus Philippines. Who is going to take the crown to the home at the end of the day with the lion's share of the prize pool?
yeah, that's pretty interesting. Also, like you mentioned, Grammy, um, I'm sorry about that. Red Esports, they have really been buffing it up. I think before last year they were playing under the name of TEC Capital Arise, right? So they got picked up by Brentford this season, and they've been absolutely doing fantastic. I think after AECL in the APAC leaderboards, it is Brent Victress who is number two right now, and they still, it's gonna be a bit interesting because you have the number one ranked team and the number two ranked team participating in this final. So it's basically like game changers, except it's not game changers. It's ROG Showdown. But with that said, really like it's nice that ROG and both LA Gamers have teamed up to give us like a tournament like this where we have the top teams participating. It's always good to have VCT, but it's even better when you have other third party tournaments, and this really exemplifies that. Heading into today, though, I think we are going to be having a lot of fun when it comes to map vetoes. I think that the first two maps that were instantly banned were Breeze by AECL and Haven by the side of Bren, which makes a lot of sense because I don't think AECL has ever lost Haven in any kind of tournament apart from the VCT once. I think they've always won Haven, and I think they want to keep it that way. So Bren does not want to go anywhere near it. And same thing, one of the maps that AECL has almost always lost to Bren is going to be Breeze. So both of these maps have been taken out of contention. So it could go either way.
Sure.
That is true, and I think this just goes to show how much understanding that both these teams have of each other and themselves throughout the whole duration of the main game changers circuit itself. And actually, the first map that we're gonna be having today is gonna be Fracture. So That's gonna be super interesting to watch. My personal favorite map is Fracture itself. I know it's a controversial topic, but yeah, I think Fracture has so many. It's got so many angles that you have to watch, and basically for the attackers, you have so many things, so many choke points, so many entries that you can work with, and that gives rise to a lot of different strats that both these teams can be playing right here. And Tanya, what do you think about the rest of the map picks?
Well, certainly, Grammy, I would want to give you a warm welcome since yesterday I have been waiting for Fracture, and with your presence, we are getting to witness the map of Fractures. That is going to be the ultimate way of the way you explain it. We have innumerable counts about how we can execute any of the plans, maybe on the defenders, maybe on the attackers, and not only that, we also have several other ways to create impact in terms of agent lineup as well. Double duelist is working good as well. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to continue to talk about it. Before that, we are going to go for an interview with the two captains of the teams participating for the day, which is Ren Esports Victress against Alter Ego Celestial Aneri. Well, yesterday I was able to talk to her without a doubt. The most energized girl, and promptly she answered me was, we will go for 2-0. Hey Zini, hey Aneri, welcome to the desk. How are you feeling for the day? And first of all, congratulations to making it for the grand finals. Let's start with Zini. How are you doing today?
I'm doing fine. Just excited.
What are your expectations for the day?
Um, I'm hoping to actually beat beat our alter ego today. I hope.
And hope, absolutely, hopes and dreams do come true. I really wish you all the best. But do we expect some other two early plays coming in? A pistol round ace, I mean, with the 2 KD ratio. It was amazing to see. Can we witness some more instances happening that way?
Uh, I think you guys can expect more from us today. I think we'll show a good performance, and I hope we give you a better performance than yesterday today.
Yesterday's performance was treat to eyes. I'll come back to you in a while. And Harry, welcome to the desk here. How are you feeling for the day? Yesterday we did have an off-screen conversation, and I mean it. When you say it, you mean it without a doubt. You said you're going to hit a 2-0, and you made it possible. So what are your targets for the day? Hey, Aneri, you're not audible just in case. If there is any cause of miscommunication, please check for the mute button. Okay, we'll get back to her in a while until and unless everything is sorted. So, Zinni, the very first map is going to be the map of fracture. So, what are the. I'm not going to ask you for any agent lineups. I'm not going to ask you any questions that might hinder your performances. But do you think a 3-0 is possible from your end? Because it is ultimately Indonesia versus Philippines happening.
um, you guys can expect. I think everything is possible at this point. So yeah, I hope we can 3-0.
I really want to see again your performances on the map of Bind. You were commendable, taking down Zol Miraki flawlessly, and I believe this was one of the biggest buffer we have witnessed into the entire tournament. So Bind being one of your strongest map, and I like the way how you were able to ban the map of Heaven, and you've got a perfect read required against a team like Alter Ego Celeste. But do you think they have also banned the map of Breeze where you had an upper hand? Do you think that is going to affect your performances for the day?
I think we just ban each other's strong maps, so I think it's fair,
Mhm.
and we'll just play on our maps together because we already ban our strongest maps.
Absolutely. And how do you feel about ROG Showdown series, the only women's only tournament happening currently in our circuit? You do have it in the officials, but in India, I believe, or in SE, I believe this is the only tournament happening. You believe this is giving you a good amount of practice and growth for the future development of your team?
I think it's really good for the female community, especially there's only a few tournaments coming to C in SA. I think it gives a lot of spotlight to almost every female in the scene, and also helping us grow more into the scene. So yeah, I think it's really good and helping the community. That's all.
You are ultimately we call it Super Valorant Women SVW here, because you have made it to the finals. Unlike Team Alter Ego East, Alter Ego Celestial, how they have made it possible was a clean graph of going up and onwards. But for you, it has been a zigzag journey, facing your enemies, your opponents through the lower brackets, and then making it through. So that has given you a little extra hand on terms of practice on screen itself. So do you think that is going to give you a better advantage?
I think it's just fair because we had a lot of games than them, and
Yes.
I think we already warmed up more than them, and I hope that really helps us today.
All right. Now we do have Aneri back on the desk. Welcome, Aneri, and good luck for the day. And congratulations for joining in into the grand finals. An only undefeated team into an entire tournament. How are you feeling for the day?
I'm feeling excited today.
Why do you sound a little less energized compared to yesterday when we were talking off screen? What's the change?
No. I'm very excited today. I'm just a bit sleepy.
Oh, all right. Yesterday you said you're going to go clean sweep 2-0. You made it. And what are your targets for the day? Because when you say it, you definitely mean it.
My target.
Mhm.
Hopefully we win today's tournament. Yeah, I think that's my target.
Any scoreline predictions about how you're going to win it? What are your goals?
Scoreline predictions. I'm not sure. I have no predictions today.
All right. Good luck for the day. And Aneri, yesterday you are a commendable race. You were treat to the eyes. You were able to get those first bloods. Now that was something that caught my eyes. The only player to get almost 16 first bloods, if I'm not mistaken. How do you manage to do it? Not only once, but second consecutively.
I think it's just I'm able to do that because of my teammates' support. Without them, I don't think I can do that.
Which is that particular teammate whom you are relying much today?
Particular teammate, I cannot point one person. I think I rely on all of them. So, all of them.
It's absolutely going to be a team support happening. Zinni, if I had to ask you if there's one player whom you rely a lot for the day, well, who is that going to be?
I cannot choose either. I'll choose all of them. I think we all work together well, and
Mhm.
yeah.
Yesterday, I did name three girls of your team a triple threat who were able to reach the double digit marker into the first half itself. So I believe, Zenny, if at all those three players are again up and running, Alter Ego Celeste will have a good chase to follow on the map of mine without a doubt. But then talking about Teneri, I personally feel she's a one man army here. If she is able to do it with the support of her teammates, you are going to have the fight of equals. And I really have my fingers crossed. I want to have a day of a five mapper. I would really love you guys to see to play into the best of the forms. But Neri, one more question before we switch to the games. The question is, how do you think this ROG Showdown series is helping you in the development for the official tournaments? Because this is only women's tournament happening currently in India region and a few more in SEA.
I think it's helping the female scene by giving them more exposure to play on, like another platform besides FSL. So I think it's really good.
And I would really wish both of you captains a very good luck. And let's hope you give the best of the actions possible. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Zinni and Ineri with me. They've got a lot of strategies to talk about. We'll talk a little later after the victory, after the end of the day. Let's head towards our casters, Zach and Grammy, about how are they feeling now, because we do have a little bit of conversation from either of the players. We I did not go personal. I did not ask about their agent lineups because that is definitely unfair. Zach and Grammy, starting with you, how are you feeling, Grammy, after the conversation of the players? How energetic or maybe how strong do they look to you? Because words do prove something.
Okay, I after listening to that interview, I've become even more pumped up, even more excited for the upcoming match that is gonna be happening in a bit. And I believe both these teams, from what they sound, how they sound right now, they're gonna show us an amazing match today here. And Zach, what do you think about that?
I think we're definitely in for a banger of a match. That's for sure. Especially with, like you mentioned, the first map being Fracture here. And I think a question that I would have really, really liked to have been asked or answered is which five players are going to be playing for the side of Bren, because they are a six-woman roster. We saw Twirly come in yesterday. She going to be playing more today. I'm excited to see that, because on Fracture, it is one of those maps where she likes to sub in. She does go in for that neon pick, and she does quite a good job at it as well, I would say. So definitely excited to see if Turley is going to be playing today as well. She did get the only ace of the tournament
True.
so far, at least on stream, with Sage yesterday. So if she can do that much on Sage, how much can she do on Neon if she does pick that today? That's what I want to know about Bren. However, for the side of Alter Ego, I think that we've seen them on Fracture before. It is one of their more confident maps. I think that when they played against Bren on Fracture the last time, it was about a 13-8. They had a really good defense half, and while Brent managed to try and bring it up during the attack, they didn't have like enough buffer rounds to try and make it happen. So I'm excited to know if it's gonna be the same story going in today, and or will Brent rewrite the history?
Histories will be made, histories will be created, and right now the very first match, and it is best of five, ladies and gentlemen. We are pretty excited. I hope you are too. Keep on cheering your favorite teams, players, support your favorite player, maybe caster as well. Brent Esports against Alter Ego. Alter Ego, a team, an undefeated team into the entire tournament of ROG Showdown series. Brent Esports with ups and downs, possessing the second slot for the grand finals. Not so easy to get there, but yet a very tough match to follow. And here we go ahead. Zach, please run us through the map. Wait.
Yeah, looking at the map video, we do have Fracture coming up first. If I'm not wrong, it's going to be Alter Ego that's gonna be starting off on the defense here. On the attack here on Fracture, because Brent's gonna be on defense, and this is a really good choice because the last time Brent started on attack, they couldn't get enough rounds. So I think they want to try and compartmentalize that, try and get as many rounds in the defensive half as possible. And again, this is a map where they often do run their six-person twirly coming in. The second map though, that's gonna be Bind. And Bren, they put up an extremely convincing performance yesterday on this particular map. However, it is one of their stronger maps as well, because if you look at the number of times they've played it, they've managed to really put up extremely strong numbers. They usually win in a very dominating fashion. So I think this is one of those maps that's going to be close. But Grammy, why don't you tell us about what you think about the rest of the pool?
I mean, the rest of the map picks here, I think they're just kind of more of a coin toss right now, because both, as you mentioned, a while ago, both the strongest maps of each teams have already been banned. So I think it really comes down to how well these teams can show their teamwork, and the combinations of utility alongside their mechanical skills as well. So yeah, in my opinion, these three maps, the rest of the maps, Icebox, Ascent, and Split, are gonna be more of a coin toss here.
What do you think, Tanya, about the map pools?
Well, talking about map pools here, they are going to give the best. This is what the captains are talking about. And the two of the best maps have already been eliminated. Coming back to the map of Fracture, I do believe that Bren Esports is not going to give any easy hand. No doubt, the experience factor goes +1, and as long as you would want to count 14 AEC. But ultimately, if we talk about Bren Esports, they have given a commendable performance yesterday. They are going to make sure they continue to do so. Now, talking about other few maps as well, if we talk about the map of Bind, where Team Brent is going to start in from the side of defenders, and if we talk a little bit in particular about how their performances have been by far on the map of Bind. On the defender side, well, they have been doing pretty equal. It's not like they are having attackers or defenders is not going to matter much, at least not on the map of Bind. But sure, they are going to be very strong, ladies and gentlemen. This is me, Tanya, forwarding the caster's desk to Zach and Grammy. Good luck for the cast. Please go ahead and take the lead.
Anyways, we are heading into map picks right now, Grammy, and it looks like it's not going to be too early coming in. It's Mikasi. In fact, we've seen her on the Rays before for the side of Brent. This time, though, she's going in for a Neon. And this is fantastic. We're going to be seeing Fade coming in from both these teams. We did see Napski play it yesterday on Haven, and she did an absolutely fantastic job. Today, though, it's going to be Ali who's taking it on Fracture. And it seems like we're going to have a mirror comp, Grammy.
Yeah, I'm looking at the hovers. Actually, Ayumi's already locked in the chamber, which she constantly plays, and this is a pretty standard team comp for Alter Ego here, coming out with Aneri on the neon, Ayumi on the chamber, or Ophelia on the brimstone, Iceberg on breach, and Nevsky now Nefubai
Nefubai.
on the fade. I'm so sorry, but yeah, and moving on, it is gonna be a mirror matchup right here. So in terms of, I think this will really come down to how the individual team is gonna play around each other, especially how maybe a breach or Fade can set up the neon to be enter the site or retake. It really comes down to how everyone is gonna be playing, you know.
Yeah, I completely agree with you on that. And something that's really interesting is if you look at the way Fracture is played, right? Especially the way Ultra Ego plays, they like to get aggressive. They're not going to be chilling in spawn, waiting for Brent to, push into them. They like to take the advantage going in. And usually, a lot of the times you do see them starting off on defense here, which lets them, capitalize on that advantage. I think that's what, Brent is trying to prevent here by letting AECOs start an attack. That lets them implement their own strategies in play. If they can, push together aggressively, get that initial pick, that might be what they need to really convert these rounds. The issue comes, it's that Ultra Ego, whenever they are in a bit of a bad position, right? Even if it's a 3v5, we've seen them win those kind of unfavorable fights so many times. So that's the kind of discipline that Brent needs to prevent those events from happening.
That is true. And okay, and this is one of the strats out of my friend's strat book. It's just attack on attack, attack on defense. And I think that just encapsulates what Alter Ego Celeste here is all about. And for today, they're gonna be starting on the attacking side. So coming into the pistol round, we are gonna see some ghost goodbyes.
It does seem like Bren are taking it aggressively. 3 players towards this main here. Zinni waiting with the flash. Prowler coming through is going to spot out Mikasi, but the Haunt will in turn catch 3 players. Inari, though, she's still going to get the first blood as she takes down Ali here. Alexi getting another, but Inari already on the 3k here. Takes down Mikasi as well. Just 2 players left for Bren on this defense. And the flank has come through as well, though. Alexi caught by the trademark. She's nevertheless going to be making her way forward. As they try to get the spike down, they will do so. And this 2v4 retake is on right now.
On a bullet in the chamber. Shirazi is the one who finds the pick, but Inari with that 4k already onto Alexi. It's all up to Shirazi. They're remaining here, and Inari is able to find the ace in the pistol round.
Wow. That was some clean shooting coming in from Inari. Her trademark, I suppose, at this point. You're hitting those headshots. And with that, ACL are going to be taking this first round in this best of 5. Already almost having her ult. That's going to be huge when it comes to the full buy round after this anti-eco here. All 5 players for Alter Ego are going to be opting in for those Spectres. And this is a round that they should pretty easily convert unless Bren has some nefarious plans in mind.
That's true. We are gonna see full Spectres and full shields on the side of Alter Ego here, and seems like they're going for a bust beard, but on the side of Bren, look at 4 players are coming from here, going on the flank right now. I think Alter Ego, they will be ready for this. The spike plant does go down. Never finds the first pick. Ayumi finds 2 to her name as well.
One enemy remaining.
Neri looking bloodthirsty, but it's Icebox who finds that ping, but not before Alexi can take Ayumi down, and it's all up. Make it a 1v3 right now as she takes one out of frenzy. Prowler comes through, but Neri is the one who finds the kill there. 2 rounds on the board for Alter Ego right now.
Yeah, At least Bren did well in managing to take down those two Spectres. That's gonna be two less guns for them to play with in this bonus. Ayumi does have that Headhunter, so that shouldn't be as much of an issue. And of course, we've seen Iceberg hit some crispy shots before with that, Sheriff in hand. So this round, it seems like AECL are again gonna be going for that 5-woman push here towards B main, from what I can see on the map. And this is a good strategy because when you are playing in a bonus round, every single trade that you can get matters heavily. It doesn't seem like it's affordable for operators to be online either for the side of Bren. So AECL are just gonna be W keying in onto the site here. Absolutely no remorse as they make their way in. Alexi with her teleporter destroyed has to be on the site as well. And she's just waiting for the moment where she might be able to capitalize and get a kill. Manages to do that, gets the first onto Oreophilia, but the spike is nevertheless down. And it seems like the retake is happening fairly successfully.
Yeah, with 3 players on the side of A.
Last player
All
standing.
already. It's really finds the form and it's all up to Iceberg with the Sheriff. It's gonna come through. They're gonna go try to go for her though. She managed to take one Vandal out of the running, but Ellie is the one who picks up that kill anyway, and Bren are just able to convert their gun round there. So we are gonna see a full buy round come out from both these teams in the 4th round here.
Yeah, and that was a fantastic strategy coming in from Bren because they knew that there would be a fast push coming in from AECL. They've done their research and they decided to just play retake here, especially with Alexi not losing her cool there. Even though her rendezvous was broken, she decides to stay on site and get that. This time it's gonna be a B. It's gonna be an A split coming through. An area trying to take control of the dish here. Both Neons trying to fight each other, and Neri activates that overdrive as well. She's heading in full speed here. I don't know if she spotted out the barrel though of Zinni. She doesn't, but nevertheless gets the pick anyway. It's going to be the first strike going in favor of AECL. That's a second as well as Mikasi goes down here. And with that, AECL, they have control of this, A site here.
Yeah, that's true. And the spike plan
Spike
is gonna go
planted.
down
Last
as
player
well.
standing.
Iceberg picks up the kill onto Alexi and it's all up to Tyler once again. Finds the kill onto Iceberg, isolates the angle really well. Now, Alter Ego, they're just playing the post plan right now, Oreophilia. Position is one who is Tesla, but Ayumi is the one who picks up the kill onto Ali. And 3 rounds on the board for Alter Ego Celeste.
That was a really, really scary round. I don't know if you feel this, Grammy, but whenever I hear, hey, I'm pissed coming in from the opponent Neon, I get really scared because it's just so unpredictable, especially when you have fantastic movement like Ineri. You can really capitalize on it. I think she got 2 before she went down, and those were like the high impact kills as well, right? That's what gave them access to the A side here. With that though, it's gonna be a broken economy for the side of Bren. They do have an ultimate to work with from their Fade. They also are just 1 away from the totem board, so I think they'll be trying to get that orb possibly before heading in. In the meantime, that's going to be an area already taking out Alexi, who gets a little bit too over-eager. That's going to be the first pick, again going in the favor of AECL. After this match, I want to see exactly how many first picks they have.
Planted.
As it seems like this eco round is already almost done. Ayumi, though, she's crossing the zipline, but I think that she might have been spotted here by Ali, who decides to let it go. Zinni will take Iceberg down in the meantime. Mikasi getting another one as well. These sheriffs doing a fantastic job here for the side of Bren.
Oh! Rugby finds the pick onto Inari as well, but Oreophilia is able to trade it out. But the numbers advantage is in the favor of Bren right now. Operator strike gonna come through here.
Last player standing.
It's all up to Oreophilia. Last player remaining.
Last player
Going for the
standing.
defuse. Oreophilia able to pick up the kill onto Zinni, but Bren is able to convert that thrifty round. What? I don't know what just happened, but those sheriffs were really hitting the mark right there. Somehow they were able to convert off that, and the ultimates, they're coming online right now. 4 players on the side of Bren Esports, they have the ultimates at the ready, and Zinni is 1 away from her own as well. That Rolling Thunder really, really strong for retakes, or even maybe stalling for a fast push that AC love to do.
Yeah, we've seen that coming before. This might be what they need. It's gonna be Ayumi though who pulls out the tour de force this time. Does have it ready. Is gonna be forced to fall back, in fact, with all the utility that's being tossed in her face. In the meantime though, on the A side, it's gonna be Oreophilia finding that first pick here. Alexi still on site, does have the tour de force to play with, and is forced to TP away as Inari takes down Shirazi in the meantime. gonna be the A side thrown open off the back of those 2 kills here. Mikasi keeping things even, will be popping the overdrive as well, trying to keep this round in favor of Bren here, with 2 kills coming in from utility from both the Aftershock as well as the ultimate here. It's just gonna be Napski in this 1v2. It's gonna be Napski and Ayumi in this 1v2, and Ayumi is gonna close it out with 2 kills from the Tour de Force. For a second, it looked like Bren were bringing it back, but the Tour de Force, it's too powerful to deal with for the side of Bren, and that's gonna trigger a timeout coming in.
Yeah, and the tour de force, it's super strong, especially with, you know how on the operator you have the longer time that you get to shoot again. I'm not too sure what it's called, but on the tour de force, it's minimized to like how a marshal will feel. So you have the strength of the operator combined with the speed of a marshal, and that is exactly what Ayumi showed us right there. The power of the tour de force coming into action, and as you mentioned, the timeout is gonna come through. So Bren, they have to find a way to be able to counter these hard and fast pushes on the side that's coming out on the side of AEC here.
Yeah, it seems pretty tough for them because it's just Inari zipping it to the side there off the back of her stun and her wall. It's like a fairly simple thing that comes with so much confidence. You know, she puts down her wall, she tosses in a stun, and then she zooms in, gets that first pick. If they're playing for retake, she gets the site anyway, and it's gonna be Bren again in a bit of an ego. They did manage to convert the last round though, so you can't exactly count them out. They also do have the orbital strike as well as the rolling thunder from Shirazi and Zinni. In the meantime, though, ACL they got the A side this time. They want to go for a B hit this time, and they are going to be stacked up outside. At this time, a two-pronged approach. It's not just through B main. However, the read from Brent here is perfect. It's going to be 4 players waiting for it. Now they're spotting out and isolating Mikasi here, who goes down, and Orifilia gets another one as well. The Rolling Thunder committed, and off the back of that, they're going to be able to take down Navsky. In the meantime, though, it seems like Ayumi has to deal with this fight coming through. 1v2 right now takes 1, but the trade is there. And Inari already in the spawn here, they're gonna have access to the A side completely unhindered, even as the backstab slowly comes through from Alexi and Ali here.
Spike planted.
Yeah, and as the spike gets planted, it's right now numbers advantage in the favor of Alter Ego here. And with Inari playing towards this drop position, I think they know exactly where Brent is gonna be coming from, and that God is gonna prove that right. Fault line and the relay bolt coming out to stall a little bit of time before the retake does come in, but they are gonna be making their way
Last player
onto the
standing.
side here, and Neri able to find 2 kills to her name onto Alexia and Ali, which closes out the round for AEC there.
Overall, a good Eagle. They did manage to get 2 picks, I think, off the back of that ultimate being committed from Zinni there. However, that's gonna be the Rolling Thunder that they do not have in this buy round. They do have the Nightfall from Ali, but the question is, will that be enough? And ACO, they aren't really going for map control because I think they realized that with the speed that they're able to get into these sites on the attack, it just makes no sense for them to try and play for map control because they had these sites were more or less free off the back of Neri's aggression here. Again, this is a perfect example of how she likes to push in. Tosses the stun there, gets the first pick, a clean headshot and a further shot onto Shirazi, and she's gonna be having the overdrive in her hands off the back of that. Ali getting one somehow. Prowler catching a Neri, in fact, and she's gonna be pushed back for a bit as Ali tries to desperately stay alive, surrounded by the players of Alter Ego here. In the meantime, though, it is going to be a 44 retake. Nightfall coming through from Ali. That's going to be marking and DKing these players. Also missing with their sense of sound as Ali takes on Oriofilia. Just the players in tower right now who they have to contend with. Nabu Boy gets 1, but it seems like
enemy
this
remaining.
retake happening from the
Last
side
player
of
standing.
Ren is going to be put in a spot here. 1v1 right now. And Aries is going to close it out, though. Gets the first and the last kill of the round to take Alter Ego to 6.
I do have to say though, that was really good utility usage coming out of from Ali there, especially with the Prowler to play her life and stay alive for a team to wait for the retake. And I think that is what got them down to be able to fight that, to be able to reach that point where it became a 1v1, but unfortunately for Ali, she was unable to convert the kill as Inari just gets the spray down onto her. Inari with 14 kills to her name already, showing a really dominant performance right now.
Dominance the word here, because that's such Inari off the back of Inari. It's also alter ego here, and I love that these girls seem to have no finger off the W key as they go running in. This time though, it's going to be onto the A side. Last time it was B, this time it was A. Shirazi though, she's hitting those shots as she takes down Ayumi with the Sheriff headshot. However, ACO nevertheless are going to get access to this side here, and they will have the orbital strike from Oriofilia online yet again. Now a boy pushing all the way into the spawn for the side of ACL will be taking on yet another player from Bren. It is an eco, so they will have a full buy next round. But every single round they lose, Grammy, they are, you know, falling behind more
Enemy
and more.
remaining.
And that's gonna make life so much more difficult for them.
That is true, and they will be running out of buffer rounds for coming to the next half because right now, AEC they're just showing up for the. Like, it's really strong right now with 7 rounds already won in the attacking half. It really just goes to show how strong their attack is, and because they know that the way they play these fast pushes, the aggression from them is so strong, they're able to they're able to utilize that on the defense as well, which is why you see them coming out like pushing out on the defense and getting those aggressive peaks, taking one out on the other side. But coming to this next round, it is gonna be a full buy round from both teams. Nightfall is gonna come through from AC here. Wanted as well as Mikasa makes her way through. Gonna be to find that kill onto Mikasa. Zinni trades it out. Already for the find one to a name as well. And the Rowan
Right
Thunder
there.
with it.
Going to be a 3v4 right now, making that a 2v4 as Iceberg takes out Alexi. Again, the A site has been lost with the off the back of that initial kill with the Nightfall, and of course Inari's clean headshot. Inari playing in a very dangerous position here. She doesn't know where exactly these players are going to be coming from. She's not going to be caught in that fade util either, as Ali gets a headshot onto Oriofilia. Inari though, she's holding down the fort here.
Last
She's the
player
pick that they have to
standing.
take to be able to get into sight, and it's going to be Iceberg who comes jumping up the line and finds Ali to close it out. That looked really awkward there for both these players, but in the end it's gonna be Iceberg who finds the headshot first. And with that alter ego, they're making a statement here. I mean, they're saying that, you know, you might have like blocked us from Haven, but we'll make this our new Haven as they take it forward 8-2 right now.
Yeah, and Haven indeed it is right now. It looks like it basically looks like they're playing one of their best maps, the strongest map right now. But it is gonna be an eco by coming out on the side of Brent. We've seen them make it happen once before. So can they do it again? Can they make this scoreline 4-8 at best? But Inari is the one who finds first contact on the Alex, taking the chamber out of the running.
Meanwhile, though, look at this. There are 3 players coming here through the spawn. Mikasi with the overdrive as well. And Mary is really low here. If they do push her, she might be able to find something. Nevertheless, takes down Vinny, though. All eyes on Neri if whether she can do more. Both the Neons doing so much for their team here. The orbital strike being invested as well is going to find Oriofilia, but nevertheless, Inari already on 3 kills here. Just Shirazi right now left in this 1v2. Taps the spike, but she doesn't know where the peak is coming from. Spotting out the chamber, but will push her and go down to that superior firepower. That's gonna be 9-2 to Alter Ego, and for a second
Last
it looked
round
like
in
Brent
the
could bring
half.
it back off the back of that overdrive, but it's not gonna be enough as Inari with another 3k, 19 and fire right now, and we're only 11 rounds in, Grammy. This is the last chance that Brent has to bring it back here. They do have the operator for the first time, I believe, on Alexi. Let's see if that can make a difference.
That is true. We are gonna see Alexi looking towards this Hall's position where basically all the players of AEC are gonna be coming through. So let's see if she's able to convert anything off of that. But a relay ball is gonna come through from Inari. Alexi finds that pick. But Inari already making her way onto the side to get room onto Alexi. Unfortunately, she does.
One enemy remaining.
Zinni and Ali are there for follow up. For Alexi, they're rolling on the commitment. Round 1v4 situation, but all the players of Red are coming at her right now.
We'll catch them.
Listen, they're out as well, and it's Zinni who leads the round. Zinni is half with. How likely do you think we see a change here?
Switching sides.
Yeah, that looked really scary. Zinni, poor Navsky was left alone with 4 people running at her, and it was inevitable. it is going to be the round finally going in the favor of Bren Esports here. But nevertheless, it's going to be a pretty imposing scoreline that they've come up with, 9-3. We've seen this before. We've seen comebacks from it. The question is, can Bren pull it off? Is what remains to be seen. We did see some fantastic comebacks in yesterday's matches. I think that was Zol, though. They did come back from a 2-10 score to take it to overtime. And although they lost, they still put up a very convincing performance. And, it was against Alter Ego as well. So it remains to be seen if they can do the same thing against Bren here. They definitely have the capability. The question is it going to be the map? Seems like they do want to be going in for an A split right now. And Eri already using the speed to peek up early. And off the back of the flash, we'll be finding the first kill of the round. Tries to peek for the second and will find it, in fact, as she takes down Shirazi. Iceberg is
One
there for the
enemy
backup. That's
remaining.
going to be Zinni down as well. It's going to come down to just Ali here in this 1v5. And I don't know if there's much she can do here, Grammy. She seems to be stuck.
She does have the frenzy in hand though, so maybe she can make something happen with that weapon of hers, maybe some running gun action. And she's gonna find that pick on the Iceberg, but that's all she finds as Ayumi hunting hits with that hit hunter, able to take her out of the running.
Yeah, and off the back of that pistol, it seems to be Alter Ego who have the advantage here. They do have the better weaponry, and their defense seems to be really strong because the strategy that they pointed out right in the beginning of this map, right? Defend on attack. That's exactly what they seem to be doing, especially with Neri getting those 2 kills near Dish. So impactful there. Finding these first bloods is really putting the side of Bren at a significant disadvantage. And this time, it's just going to be a 5-0 and push down towards the main here as they head in. It seems like they want to try and find some control. They do manage to make it onto site off the back of that Haunter, finding a player, but oh no, Mikasi runs out of bullets the
Player
worst time
standing.
possible. And it's
Spike
again
down,
just going
B.
to be Alexi right now towards this arcade. What can she find? What can she do is the question. And Neri, she's gonna be messing with her at this point with a bit of a jumpy. Does get taken down though. Really low HP on Alexi. Every single thing she can find at this point becomes a bonus for her rounds as it takes away a gun from ACL at that bonus. But she doesn't seem to be sure how
Spike's
much
here.
more she can do here.
That's true. It is a 1v3. Make that. Now, Nafsi is just gonna find that pick onto Alexi there and cleaning up the round for her team. 11 points on the board for AEC right now. It's almost match point already. And so far, Bren, they don't have a response to this aggression of AEC. So coming into this next round, it is gonna be their buy round. So I do believe they have to be able to just counter that aggression with some of their utility, maybe with like a fault line, or because it's really able to kind of stall a little bit for the rest of the team to be able to rotate in. I mean, follow up and hit on into the side. But it seems like it's
Careful
gonna be
there.
a slower push coming into this next round.
Yeah, they want to be careful. This is one of those maps where if you go in too fast, you might pay for it if you find a judge or Bucky in the face, as Neri is doing on the A side now. It seems like they want to go for a B split of some kind. They're clearing out angles methodically and just waiting for any kind of excessive aggression coming in from Alter Ego. They're not taking the bait though. They're playing this so patiently. You can see the angle that Ayumi's marking here. If they walk in too slow or if they don't put down smokes, they're gonna be paying for that really soon. You can see the Haunt coming in as well, and with that, the push is on right now. The stun towards tower. Mikasi is gonna be able to take control of it based on that, and there's nobody else on site, so that's gonna be Bren who get the side at least for free. Mikasi, in fact, finding the first frag with the spray coming through the smoke here, and it seems like Alter Ego are on the back foot for just a bit as they try to make this 4v5 retake work.
That's right. 4v5 is the name of the game right now as Inari looking to push towards the side for this retake. Mikasi power able to get a pick onto Iceberg, but as the trades come in, it is gonna be an even footing, but if Shirazi has something to say about that.
remaining.
She finds two to her name on the Inari as well. It's all up. Here, able to find that first kill, but Mikasi picks up 3 kills in the round. It finished. Maybe to convert off of that, but in terms of economy, that was a win from Alter Ego right there.
Yeah, they take down 3 players and they look really good while doing it. So definitely making things much harder right now for Bren. They only have 2 rounds left. If they lose those 2, that's gonna be game over for them. So like you mentioned, Grammy, it's gonna be every weapon they can get, and in fact, that's gonna force them into getting these two bulldogs and a spectre. In fact, neither team really having any ults, though some of them are close. Iceberg does have the rolling thunder to work with if she wants to invest that. But look at this push from AECL. It's gonna be poor Lexi caught in the middle of these four players as they come in. They don't know she's there. That's the question. And Eri is gonna check it but doesn't find it. And Alexi, in fact, is able to take down Ayumi as they don't clear that corner. Gets two for her troubles, but Iceberg is there to trade it out. It's gonna be Iceberg though, who is on a really, really low HP here. Shirazi pushing out and will in fact be able to find Oreophilia as well. Just one player left right now. Iceberg in this 1v3. And I think that this is another round that Brent should be able to put in their back pocket with just 11 HP left on her. They don't know her position though. And oh no, look at this. This looks so funny as she heads down that zip line. Spots out two of the players, in fact, from Brent. So she might be at least getting the timing right here.
But Shirazi, she's gonna be looking towards this direction, and she does find the pickup onto Iceberg, closing out the round, and it's 5 points on the board for Bren. They're showing signs of life right now, which is really good for them because, as you mentioned, they only have 2 more rounds to give away to. I mean, basically one more round to give away to Alter Ego before they reach the match point, and every round is a really. They have to find their way to be able to convert these rounds to be able to at least maybe even out the scoreline here. And it is going to be an eco coming in on the side of AEC here. You do see a Bucky Bite in the mix.
Yeah, well, it's worked before, it could work again. I think that's what they're going for. And as well, Inari has the sheriff, which makes her absolutely devastating. Like, every time I've seen this girl with the sheriff on an eco, it's not look good for the other team. And I think that's what they're banking on here. It's going to be Mikasi who takes that first contact, isn't going to spot anybody as they make their way quietly towards this A side here. Utility not really being dumped either. And oh no, Iceberg is going to jump out with the Bucky and get caught off guard. It's just Inari right now has to hold down the fort, finds one, but it's not able to get more as the side is taken right now by Bren here. Just 2 players on the enemy right now. Make that one as that pick comes through from Alexi. Ayumi though, she gets a headshot with the head under, just one away from the Jordan course as well. This might be what Alter Ego needs to clutch it out. And either way, it seems like Bren have this locked down though.
That's true. Ayumi, 65 health to her name and 7 bullets in the chamber. Finds that pickup onto Alexi, able to upgrade her weapon onto a Vandal right now. This is really looking really doable for her.
Clock is ticking though, and she still has to find these players. Doesn't know their position. Knows that there's one towards drop. Ali with the haunt will give away her position, but there's still no time here. Ayumi having to make her way into sight, gets caught by the crossfire, and that's Bren with the 6th round on the board, playing off that eco. And I love that coming in from them. The patience as they wait for Alter Ego to possibly get aggressive, and they're rewarded for it as well because they managed to take down Iceberg, I believe, who did have that.
They know the aggression and comes out on the side of AEC, and they're gonna be playing to counter that right here. We see actually almost none of the players except for actually Nevsky is the one who finds the pickup onto Mikasi. That's the first frag going the way of Alpha Ego right now. Strike is still in the halls.
They get the first pick, like you mentioned, Grammy. It is going to be a 4v5 right now. And look at this. Both the chambers are having a face-off towards V main here. They're gonna be back. Sorry about that. A little bit of a inconvenience, network issues, I think, from production, and we are back right now, though. With that round, after that round, with that first pick, Alter Ego have taken it to match point, and they look like they're on course to win this with this 2v5, Grammy. No control either for the side of the Bren players here as they're waiting it out, seeing if they can find something, but so far Alter Ego seem disinclined to let them find any kind of pick here.
There.
It's true. The Alter Ego, they're playing really, really disciplined right now, and they don't want to give an inch to Bren at all. Because if you give them an inch, they would take a mile, and Mary's just watching his position. A little bit, but Alexi's able to
Player
rid off that
standing.
aura with the tree.
Spike
So
down
it's
B.
all Up to Lexi here. 45 seconds on the clock. 1v4 situation. Peeks into Ayumi, the headhunter, unable to find anything as Ayumi
Defenders
once
win.
again hunting hits with the headhunter. Able to close out the map, and the first map of Fracture goes the way of AEC.
Yeah, Alter Ego prove exactly why they're Apex #1 team and world #3 off the back of the dynamic duo coming in from Aneri and Ayumi. I asked you to remind me how many first bloods they have, and it's gonna be Aneri topping the board with 6, in fact, more than any other player. In fact, I think more than any two particular players on either team here, doing a fantastic job. 23 and 12. Ayumi, though, she's not far behind. She really picked up the pace in the defensive half, clutching out rounds with both the Tour de Force and, of course, the last kill we saw as well with the Headhunter. One of those players you really don't want to mess with. On the opposite side, though, it's going to be Shirazi, who is going to be stealing away the MVP title. Really good gameplay coming in from Bren, but at the end of the day, I think AECL was just too strong for them to deal with.
That's true, and with that, AEC are gonna pick up that first map, but we do have 4 more to go. Well, it really depends on how many maps they can pick up here, but we Brand, they still have a chance to come back into this because we still have at least 2 more to go, and if they're able to just push it into maybe if they're just able to make a comeback in the next map, which is gonna be their pick actually on Bind, maybe they have a chance to come back into this.
Yeah, that's their hope as well, because we did see them put up a really strong performance on Bind yesterday against Zol, so definitely something to watch out for. I think we did see the Fade action coming in, and I loved how much Fade is getting love these days, Grammy, from these teams here across the world as well as in APAC. I think this is the first time, though, that we've seen one coming in on both sides during the course of this tournament, so definitely looking forward to more of that here. But like Grammy mentioned, guys, it is going to be Bind. That's map #2. ACL already having one in their pocket, and this is a map where they haven't really had much of a losing rate either, so it's definitely going to be a really good match, as I believe. So we are going to be seeing you back here after a short break. I think Grammy and Tanya will be casting that particular map, so see you guys then. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're back here with the finals for the ROG Showdown series today, happening between Ren Esports and Alter Ego Celeste. We did see ACL take the first map in an extremely dominating fashion, I would say. Ren did start to mount a comeback, but nevertheless, it's gonna be ACL who take Fracture home. However, this was their map pick, and the second map for the day is going to be Bren's, which is Bind. So regarding Bind here, it seems like again both these teams have a pretty good win record on it. However, Remy, what do you think is the rationale between Bren picking Bind today?
I mean, they are going to be starting on the attack, right? So I do think they want to try to get as many rounds off as possible over to kind of maybe prevent the aggression from AEC from going too strong, because if you let AEC start on the attack as they just showed us on the map of Fracture just now, they're just gonna take the game anyway. So for this time around, Brand is gonna be starting on the attack, so they're gonna be setting the pace for this map, and maybe just maybe they'll be able to find something with it.
Well,
Antonia?
before we move into Bind, I would want to talk something more about Fracture. I did like Eneri starting the day. I mean, right off the bat, if you're able to get that ace, 3-0 should not be a dream. She can convert it into a reality. Somehow they did dominate into the first half, but as always, Bren Esports have got a good tendency to chase. They couldn't chase furthermore, and ultimately they started falling into the traps, I believe. By getting baited for the utilities, they were falling for the trap, and tour de force versus tour de force also did not function exactly how it was supposed to be. Taking the pick wasn't easy. So as the round processed, I personally believe Bren started struggling, indeed strangling, and they couldn't do the chase was real. They were almost there. It was 9-3 for the score line. They were able to close in as much as possible, but then not being able to do that, it was Fracture, a pick of Team AEC, but now it is going to be the map of Bind. Yesterday, they were able to destruct Zol. Will they be able to do it against Team AEC? Because talking about Zol, without a doubt, I believe Rem yesterday as well, the Zol were taken down by AEC. But somehow, we are going to talk about the agent composition.
Anyway, I'm gonna let Tanya and Grammy take it away with casting for the map here. Just a fun fact though, the last time Alter Ego and Bren faced off, Alter Ego did win Bind. It was 13-6. Can Bren keep the same story from happening again? Good luck, Tanya and Grammy, you can take it away.
Thank you, Zach. And actually, we're gonna see Twirly come into the mix here. So maybe she'll be able to bring something to the board. And she is gonna be hovering on that Sage. They are starting on the attack though. So running this Sage and Chamber, this double Sentinel setup, I don't know if it would be favoring them at all. But on the side of AEC, we are gonna be seeing a pretty standard pick, double Initiator setup on Bind, Iceberg, and Nevsky on the Sova and Fade respectively. Tanya, what do you think about the rest of the picks?
Oh well, there's one thing that caught my eyes and with the race yesterday was commendable. Today, let's see what is she bringing on the table. And I did mention it yesterday, Grammy, that I do like Fade is favorite on Bind for me in particular. So now we do have Fade at both the ends, just like we had it a while ago. Now we don't have a mirror agent compo here. It is a mix, and now Bren has got a double Sentinel. So starting on the attacker side, sure, but they are going to have a strong defense as well. Let's see how they are going to pan out, because ingredients are perfect on both the sides. Marination is equal to utilities, how they are going to use that, because if they are able to use the utilities right on time, right on place, and executing their plans to win the round, I believe double Sentinel as well as double Initiator should not cause the chaos. But I do have a little bit of extra plus for Bren Esports, because they were able to do it amazingly well on the map of Bind yesterday.
That is true. They did show a really good performance against Zol Meraki yesterday, which AEC played against as well. But I do believe Bren was the one who got away with the bigger round differential. And as we head into the pistol round here, we are going to see the Ghost Bites and the Frenzy coming into the mix. Bren instantly going for a fast B hit. with the Boombok clearing out hookah, and I don't know if AC they're gonna be prepared for this. We see the rotations coming in and Neri using up paint shells as well. But Mikasa is the one who fights first contact on the Ayumi, and Lex with the follow-up as well. And Neri, all the spots are out. She has to fall back a little bit. Mikasa good for 2 already.
Last player
The numbers
standing.
advantage in the favor of Bren right now as Shirazi finds 2 to a name as well on side, cleaning up the round, and Bren take the pistol. This is a really, really good start for them.
Good start, quick start, and now they're going to hop into the SMG part. Let's see if it is going to be a thrifty for Team AE, because we did spot several thrifties joining in. Yes, is yet to come. Let's see if that is going to happen any sooner or no. Because if we talk about too early, she was able to get the ace on the pistol round, and Neri as well, getting it on the pistol round. Now pistol round is long gone. We are going to talk about the next one. If we talk about the split, it is 4:1, and they are processing closely towards Taipei. Long. Indeed, it is a 5-pack push hopping in, double tap in entry, no delay there, wall use, 5 plant, what an aggressive push and plant, no timing for anything, but one casualty spotted and Spike will not be
down
planted
A.
here because of the shock dart coming in from the side of Iceberg.
One enemy remaining.
Iceberg shock that able to find one, but Shirazi picks up 3 to a name, able to clean up the round for the team once again, and that is the second round going the way of Bren. They do make it out alive with 3 Spectres remaining. So I do think in terms of economy, that was what AEC was looking for. Just to basically damage what weaponry that Bren has. And coming into this next round, we are gonna see Bren. They're gonna be running the Ghost and a Sheriff on Mikasa. We have seen her hit those one taps though. So I do believe she'll be able to do a lot of damage with that. But on the side of AEC, we are going to see full rifles with half shots on some of them. And Mikasa once again going in for a fast A hit. The boom of clearing out showers. Team ready to follow up as well.
What a quick trick happened. Side control once again. Procured early. The frag getting caught. Shirazi attempting to get the frag, but Mikasa does.
One enemy remaining.
Mikasa going for the second as well. Going for the safer grenade on the heaven side. Spike has been planted. Mikasa being away. Trying to take down the last player standing. And Neri takes down Mikasa. It was the fire of razors. And here Neri still stands tall. Getting a second. And Shirazi puts the shut down to Neri. With that, this is going to be the third consecutive coming into the name of Team Bren Esports. Now that is flawless.
Bren Esports able to pick up the 3rd rifle round, which was supposed to be a bonus round for them, is really, really good. A really, really good start for them here, because what this means is that AEC, they have to save for the next round. So the round will most likely go to Bren, but there might be an upset here, especially since Ineri is going to be on the Sheriff. We have seen her hit those one taps as well. And I think this is a really good start for Bren because they're on the attack, they're able to set the pace, and you see Bombardier is how aggressive the pushes are. You can do your game as well, but Ayumi and
Spike down
Iceberg
A.
ready for the push this time. Hit Hunter and Lucky finding one, and as the trades come in, it is going to be both teams on equal footing right here. Still going towards the A side as Alexi.
Last player standing.
Ramsky able to pick up 2 with that Sheriff. Cleans out the round as a thrifty round going to AEC. They get the weapon upgrades as well.
Team AE, Masters of Thrifties. Today, they are going to do this show without a doubt. Getting the first round and also getting few free weapons. On the other side, we don't see any eco crash, but Twirly is going to stick to Bulldog. Rest all are going to be of all Vandals and full shields. This is fight of the equals without a doubt. And on the other side, if you have a look at Mikasa, she has got a showstopper activated, ready. At least if she's activating, she might be able to reduce a player by 1. On the contrary, she might have to. Where are you? Now the side of the more pushing side, they gradually pushing the side of 3. It is a casual 1:4 split. B long will be the location. Alexi still holding there, and Prowler said they no information. Mikasi trying to enter. Is she going to get across at least on the enemy?
Probably trace coming there, searching for some information, and information AEC will get with that Owl drone there. They do know that there are a few players stacked up outside this garden position here outside B. And look where Ayumi is positioned. She's pushed up all the way into A short, waiting for any rotation that might come in. Napsky holding this angle towards a pretty aggressive angle as well. Alexi will be ready for this. She is able to pick up that kill with that headshot onto Napsky there. And that's one player down on the side of AEC.
Out of charges.
Did a good look yesterday again. When the pushing it in, will she be able to get it? Yes,
30 seconds left.
One and control it with the double with the AR. Vandal tapped now. Here we go. 5 stack alive. Tight under control. Wall, raise, Oreo choked through the smoke.
Spike planted.
Oreo failure pushing towards
Last player
not
standing.
doable, and Shirazi turning everything even further more vulnerable. Ayumi will be the last player standing. Saving Vandals makes a lot of sense here, but will she be allowed is still going to be the question. 1 versus 1 duel near to the B long. Peeking
Are gonna
on
be
Ayumi.
Ayumi is able to pick up 1 kill, but that's all that she will find as she eventually falls to Bren once again, making it out alive with 4 rifles in their hands. And coming into this next round, the money situation not looking really good for AEC here. They're forced to fall back on those Bulldogs and the Sheriff, but Ineri actually opting for that hero rifle of the Phantom there.
Oh, much required hero rifle. Let's see how many frags. Though they are masters of 50, we very well know. But look at it. We do have also Tour de Force joining in to support the Phantom. We have it. Start. Now, Prowler can get into mission. Rocky wants to damage. Rocky has to put a lot of damage. Very surviving Mikaki with the skin of the team. No healer to work out with. Raji got the timing. Not control. Nightfall activated here and also Prowler think on the side of attackers. Poorly no delay towards Hunter's side. But here we go with Hunter's Fury. A little delay there for the Hunter's Fury, but the damage is done. Icebox gets 1.
Icebox gets 1 with the Hunter's Fury, and Haunt is gonna come out. Icebox gets 1 more with that Bucky onto Twirly as well.
Catch
Another
them.
advantage in favor of the Eagle here. The third onto Ali with the Bucky.
Last player
Here
standing.
goes the Bucky is able to get those fights in the close range position. Third fight with Hunter is almost outside showers, right? And because the corners there are so close that Bucky Iceberg was just able to make it work with the Bucky, and we have Ayumi cleaning up the round of that Headhunter as well. And that's gonna trigger the timeout on the side of Brand Esports here.
A much required one. They need to change some strats. They were able to get the site, get a control on the site, and plant the spike as well. Hunter's Fury getting activated did no difference except for 1 frag. Now that was massive without a doubt, but that did not delay the spike planting. But the players started getting defeated 1 by 1. It was 1 versus 2 situation where the wall which was created to defend the spike to get diffused was working. On the contrary, exactly opposite of which was helpful enough to diffuse the spike. Score line 2-4. And if we talk about the ultimates right now, Resurrection is ready. So is Tour de Force on the side of Brent Esports. But if we talk about Alter Ego, Orbital Strike can be used post-plant. Pre-plant as well to avoid the forceful site entry, because Brent is using every force that they possess to get the site control.
That is true, but AEC, they seem to be finding a way to work around this. We see them being able to counter this aggression that's coming out from Bren, especially with Icebox Bucky there. I believe she had a few kills in the previous round as well. Another half-buy eco round coming out from them. But this time around, it is going to be Ayumi with this aggressive Ping Mikase jump peeking, gonna spot her out. Power coming out as well. Trying to clear this angle out. But there are 2 players looking their way, so I'm not too sure if they want to aggress this. As we do see the rest of Bren Esports, they're gonna be falling back towards the A site. But instead, it is gonna be a Neri who's gonna be taking more space onto A long and Fountain as well. So they know that nobody's here at all, and they have to know that this is gonna be an A hit coming out from the side of Bren.
Really
I'll find you.
Satchel out. They are also pushing through the charge. Prowler giving away no information as of now, but Shirazi and Alexi getting one frag each. And also a few more fade utils dumped here and there. Spike planted. Mikasi has got a good angle. Shelby with one indeed is taking one. One player is trying to make a move through the spawn. Are they aware of it right now? And no ultimates are going to be used at this point of time when they are strongly aware that they have got the upper hand in terms of players, in terms of time. Everything is working in favor of Brain Esports in this particular round.
It's true, they still have 5 members alive on their side compared to the 2 remaining on the Alter Ego. So I do think what AEC is looking here is to play for exit frags and maybe save up the operator that Ayumi has able to pick up that kill onto Mikasa there. Does she find anything else? No, with the first shot. Rod brings the safety as there she does spot out 3 players running at her, and the 5th round, I mean, the Brand Esports, they get their 5th round on the board, and I think this is exactly what they were looking for, because right now on this attacking side, they're able to set the pace. They're able to just dictate how each round is gonna be played, what speed, how and where they're gonna hit. But coming into this next round, it is gonna be a full buy round for both teams.
Ayumi with an operator shall be able to deliver a lot more. Let's see what is she delivering us here. And 2 guns were saved even after losing the round. Once again, it is going to be
Spike
Ayumi with the
down,
operator.
B.
You will not kill my did have an ultimate ready. So to no loss except for resurrection being used, but not for Ayumi. And the positions are compromised from either ways. Prowler sent further more information except for smokes now. They are committing towards that with the route. The typical Mikasi entry is here. And everything is clear except for the elbows. Mikasi risking the win. She's going to go for the flag. The shot has and this is the number 5. Everything possible. 2 down, 1 more to go. It's the triple and
One enemy remaining.
Is this going to be
Spike
an A?
down B.
It's all to Alexi in this clutch situation, able to get that first pickup onto Aureophilia and the recon ball. They comes through as well. They know where she is, and then Neri goes hunting for her. Last technique, and Neri able to convert off of that. And with that, Alter Ego they get the 3rd point on the board, saving the up that operator as well. But I gotta really give it to Nebubai's positioning there. She was hiding just at the corner outside the smoke. So because of Shirazi, they weren't able to spot her out and clear the angle, and she was able to convert 4 kills off of that position.
The smoke that was put from the side of Shirazi worked against them, taking down 4 players from same angle, same position, and then thanks to the haunt that was sent to reveal 1 more player on the course. They have invested resurrection in this round, so now 1 ult has already been used. They wanted to make sure they did everything to save this round. They did everything to gain this round, but Nabu had different plans, and Nabu did it everything very wisely. I was believing she might be allowed to get an ace, but Neri did not allow that to happen. And you don't have to go for aces. You got to go for the win, and that is what the team support is all about. And still, we only have 1 ace for the day. And what isn't exactly working, Remy, according to you, from the side of Brett Esports? Because they are doing everything just textbook way. Double satchel entry, smokes on point, haunt to get the information, prowler sent to reveal the location, but still, they are not able to execute the way they shall be.
I think right now is that what's happening is that AEC is getting a feel for how they've been playing so far on the attacking side, which is hard fast pushes, which AEC love to do. And because they know that this is their trademark, they are able to counter against it as well. So you see them actually not playing those aggressive angles for the previous round, for example. what actually happened was that once Ayumi fell off that angle from Garden, they just left it for a retake, and they were so patient in waiting for that push to come through by the members of Brand Esports there, and which was just it's just encapsulated by how Nabibai just played that round over there, waiting patiently in that smoke. And yeah, for Brand to be able to counter this, they have to find a way to adapt against this playstyle that AEC is playing right now.
Nabu, I would agree to the point that you said. Nabu went for the play of patience, and I believe patience rewarded much more than she must have expected as well, because I wasn't expecting a 4K coming, a Quadra joining in on the screen. And from the same very angle, sure she has taken several quadras, triple, but from the same angle, holding the same elbow angle and gaining all 4 frags, with the utils being used and one util being used of Shitsuki, of the opposite team. Now that is something different that made from the side of Nabugai. Let's see if we are going to see some more play of patience joining in. But if we talk about the next round, uh, I think there shall be a change of pace coming in from side of Grand Esports, because everybody knows now how Mikasi is going to enter the site with double satchel, how everything is going to be cleared with the chamber support. And
Cells, but they were just denied the plant, and even when they do get the plant down, it's just not in favor of them. And AEC, they're just able to convert off of that. So I'm really interested in how Brand Esports they're gonna be able to adapt to AEC's current read on them, to be able to kind of get more rounds on the attacking half before AEC themselves go onto their attack and be able to set the pace.
True that, true that. Because the pace needs to get adjusted. Not only that, I did mention again, Shirazi has got a good control over the entire map in terms of using the smokes on point, orbital strike to delay the aggression from the other side, and counter orbital strike was also spotted. So let's see how everything is going to pan out by the end of the day, because chasing the pace is one thing, but play of patience from the side of alter ego is an entire different set of play. Yesterday, what Brain was trying to do is conquer over side B and win the rounds over rounds over round. Today, they started playing an entire different game. They started hopping on the side A, and that is where they started winning 3 back-to-back rounds. They started dropping from round 4 somewhere, or 5th maybe, if I'm not mistaken. So this is exactly that was working for them. Site A was working for them, and if they switch it to B, they aren't allowed to do, because we very well know alter ego are into a comfort position right now. They've got a map into a pocket, and if you are in the lead, you tend to go a little passive.
That is true. The A side has been working for them, but except for the one round where I believe Bren was on an eco buy where Iceberg had a Bucky, and in terms of the spike plan going down, it was just not in favor of Bren. So they also have to consider where they want to plant the spike, and where the positions of the players will be in this post plan. And we are going to be heading back into the game.
You want to
here.
play? Let's play.
On the side of Bren, we are gonna see the tour de force being popped. So let's see if there's gonna be any damage done with this. It looks like it's gonna be an 8-hit, and Mary with a showstopper at the ready, looking for some cues, but she gets taken out by the Goomba from Mikase.
Satchel out. Satchel out.
Showstopper could not deliver what Boom wanted, coming in from the side of Mikasi. Iceberg taking down Mikasi. Now this was the perfect revenge here with her. Head with the orbit to try to deliver no damage, let alone damage, no frags, no casualties, nothing happening. It is a 4-4, but this time it is working. 14 Brent like planted right on time.
AAC, they do have in terms of health, they do have the advantage though, and number that advantage they have as well as Ayumi are really able to clean up 2 kills. Iceberg finds read to a name this round, and it's a really clean read coming in from the side of AEC, bringing their 4th point on the board. They're looking to close up this gap as soon as possible before Brent
failed.
can take it away with a snowball.
Right
And
here.
with this round one, I do believe that they have to kind of go on a more equal by coming to this next round because they don't have money to work with.
And it is Iceberg working everything that she has in herself. The only player from the side of Alter Ego to go for the double digits. On the other side, we do have Shirazi and Mikasi walking hand in hand, trying to get. And now you're talking about Eco. We have spotted several thrifties, but will BRN Esports, Red Esports, be able to convert it into a thrifty? Shall be a question because against a double marshal, we have an operator coming in and Mikasi is trying to peek him through the bar. No information, Boombot sent. Delayed, and now it is going to be nice be able to push in and missed.
And Neri's able to get the two of the showstopper, but Ali's the one who finds the frag. Ayumi trades numbers back though onto Alexi there. So man advantage is right now in favor of Alter Ego. Gun advantage as well as Ali. She does have the Phantom upgrade, but Ayumi is watching this angles really closely. I don't think Ali would want to peek this. Where's the shot? But actually no, he doesn't win. Actually, Ali down really low, but also that they're able to tie it up. The man is right now, so moving to the situation right now, and on side of Esports, they do have the weapon upgrades to work with. Napsy coming in from the
One enemy
I gotta be
remaining.
ready for this. As Tor it shot onto Naviglize there.
You will not kill my ally.
Yeah, make that a 1v3 now as the resurrection does come through on the Shiraz. They want to come out as well.
Smoke's
Let's see
down.
if Korea has any tricks up her sleeve here.
They don't want to lose this round at any cost. So they're trying to push in. Diffuse, force it, deliver a lot of damage. Still be surviving, but it's still surviving. How long? And the traffic of it. And it is a 50 coming in from side of Shirazi will put a shutdown. We were talking about it, Grammy, that will they be able to pull in a 50 here? And indeed, they proved. They got it.
Yeah, definitely. Brand they were able to convert off of that thrifty. That was a really good round coming out of them because they not only were they able to get that thrifty, they were able to make it out alive, saving 3 rifles from the enemy team of AEC. So coming into this next round, it's gonna be a full buy round for both teams. Ayumi once again on that operator. Can she do any damage with this? Will the peak foot take to the nose? Dead. It's gonna be a clash of the boom balls right here outside showers. As AEC, they're looking to get a little bit aggressive out with this Owl Drone and Neri. What is really gonna come through as well, and Neri trying to control this chaos, able to convert off of it onto Mikasi and instantly falls back. And numbers advance in favor of AEC
Like control was done. Now nothing is working well after losing one player. It is 4 versus 4. The fight of the equals. What are players up to? See, those 4.
Face your fear!
But Worley, within the influence of Nightfall, will be able to take down one. Iceberg will take down Swirly, and Nabu's going to get the second as well. Here we go.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
One Ayumi with the headhunter. It is 1 versus 1. Shall we play time now? Not wanting the time to be played. Shirazi plays herself. She doesn't play any time. And here
Last
we go
round
with
before the
2 point lead
switch.
and last point before the switch.
Dude, that one Nightfall coming out from the side of both teams there, it just made the situation so it just caused so much chaos on the side because what that meant is that both teams weren't able to rely on the hearing. Instead, they had to only rely on their sights because of the ability of the Nightfall to deafen you, and because of that, I think they were just able to convert off of that, and they're predicting aggressive peeking out here from go for the scooter control. Alexi is the one who picks up the kill onto Ayumi, though that's who was out of the running. Tony with one to her name as well onto Naps. And side B B side is gonna be theirs for the taking.
Spike planted.
Towards the side. It is the 3 versus 5 retake. Gassi holding the edge of the wall. Just thought right. Stim beacon wait to her. He's going to have a face off against Navy. Who takes down whom? Well, on the other side, Ali
Last
has taken
player
down
standing.
Iceberg already. Twirly took down and Neri. Now it is all the glory of Lily.
Long.
1 versus 5. None taken. Electric with the shutdown. And a good round. Good half coming in from side
Switching
of
sides.
8-4. Now we are going to see Bren on the defender side. And let's see how much of an aggression is going to hop in from side of Alter Ego Celeste.
I'm actually kind of surprised that AEC, they haven't been playing this map super aggressively like they have been playing Fracture on the defense. So I'm looking forward to seeing their aggression come out once again on their attacking half. Here, as we head into the second pistol round of map 2, there are going to be a few Ghost Bite and Iceberg opting for the half shield as well. The Spike is going to be placed in a pretty default position, so I think they're going to be looking to find those early picks, and from there they would be able to decide which side they want to go to. Shower control already being fought for here on the A side. The wall is going to come through as well. That stalls a little bit of time for the push. Boom will come through from an area, and they know that there's players here. And although the spot out one onto Twirly as well, tags her up. So they're gonna look to fall back here as AEC, they push their way forward.
Austin through the showers. Spike is yet to be planted, but they are still 7 players. And then he gets the first. And right on stage, Iceberg is going to go get for herself Shiraji down. And Praise will be coming nearby as well. Mika's trying to get one more on the board. 2 versus 3. It is doable, but look at the HP for Iceberg. It is negligible. Mika's on the same counter. Triple already.
Mikase picking up a really clean kill, but 7 health to a name. What more can you find? Napski able to take her down to Alexi. Great. But Ayumi with that headhunter able to pick up that kill onto Alexi, and the pistol round for the second half is going to go the way of AEC. So coming into this next round, they are going to be able to buy up all these Spectres once again. Ayumi actually going to opt for the headhunter, as well as we've seen her hit those nasty one taps there with the weapon of hers. So coming to this next round, it's not a surprise that she's gonna be playing with that weapon instead. Mikase though opting for the shorty. This is gonna be an interesting play from her.
Mikasi has got a shorty and a perfect angle near to the lamps, and that is exactly where most of the shorty plays are done. But look at the players; they are not willing to go A. They are all going on the side of B. 1 on the hookah, 4 to the main. And Neri already got control on hookah, and she's got 1, but shorty is going to work wonders. Neri put the shutdown. Not only that, now they have 3 weaponries to work with. Ayumi using the TP once again. Spike still under control. Side as well under control. Iceberg on the
Spike planted. Bring them down.
Probably gonna come through towards U-Haul to find some information, but right now they don't know where the players of Glen are gonna be. There are no Spectre upgrades though, which Mikase instantly finds value off of with a kill onto Navigai right there. Iceberg instantly able to trade right back with onto Ali. Mikase good for 3 in a round. Trying to do some damage to the shorty, but it's too early if they're running and he's able to convert a kill onto Revealer and Ayumi as well. And Bren take the second round.
Thrifty.
Twirly the savior,
Our gifts.
Twirly the thrifty owner saves the day, gains the round, and it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy at all. The way everything was executed, they started losing players early on, and Neri was the one who got the first frag into her name. But then the exchange started, the free weaponry into the pocket. But now Brenny Sports have got an upper hand in terms of weaponry, except for Twirly. Of course, she's going to go for this bonus. On the other side, we only have sheriffs to spot, except for Ayumi with the marshal. And look at the positioning right now. Shower push is pretty indicative, but Spike is far, far away.
Brendan gonna be contesting for orb control here towards the long. So Ayumi, what can you find of this Marshall? Trying to find any damage that she can deal by firing through the smoke here, but nothing to be gained so far as the sky smoke is gonna fade off here. But there are two players of AEC stacked up towards Showers right now, and Mary is slowly pushing in with the Sheriff. Will she be expecting this positioning from Chamber here? Already able to pick up the kill onto Iceberg, but Iniri slowly pushing towards the side. Alexi, good for one with the Vandal press with this positioning as well. Unfortunately, for Iniri unable to spot her, Alexi picks up
Last
the second
player
kill onto
standing.
Aurelia, and Ali is able to hear that
have the
the
spike.
sound cue from Nabubai right there, able to pick up that one as well. It's all up to Ayumi, last player alive. Hit Hunter in hand. Chamber actually not able to find anything as Alexi takes her out.
Gun here.
Alexia had nothing much more left to fight except for gaining few exit frags, which wasn't allowed either. And Alexi put a shutdown quite flawlessly there. And look at the scoreline right now. 5 and 10, exact the double. 2 points away from the side of Rennie supposed to reach the match point, and it is going to be the scoreline of 1-1 for overall best of 5. Will it be so easy is going to be the question, because Iceberg still being the only player from the side of AE with a double digit, and on the other side we see several, and that is indicative of the scoreline without a doubt.
Here.
Spike is a little closer to side B. Side B shall be committed now. I will send the drone, but Mary's going to send the showstopper. Shall be able to get one. No, he doesn't get one, but Iceberg is already going to get that, and Mary's getting a second. They've already reduced the number to half. Each one gets 2 or none is the only option left from the side of Rennie.
One enemy remaining.
There is a third pickup and a fourth as well onto Mikasa, and that closes out the round, bringing the scoreline to a 6-10. Still in favor of Bren, but that was a really crucial round coming in from AEC right there to win, because right now both teams they're gonna be on full buys, because AEC they won their previous round, right? If they had lost, they would have been they would have been forced to go back on an eco, but because they won, they're able to buy up fully once again. And I gotta mention Ineri there, she's able to open up the site for a team with a showstopper. Although Iceberg was the one to pick up the kill onto Aurelia, it's Ineri who was able to clean up the round as well with that 4K, and it seems like Bren are gonna be contesting for once again because it's teleporting towards the A site.
Well, let's get towards the gardens. No information, but Iceberg rushing through the smokes. Now that is a cause of concern. No. Iceberg's not going to go blind push there, not going to risk her life. There is definitely no TPs. And the positioning coming in from side of Iceberg. Well, she gets the double show, and they have already outnumbered Bren Esports. That is indicative they might be able to win this round, because it is going to be all players pushing in from the spawn towards side A. Ascent or Ophelia is going to take the advantage of time,
Spike
the
planted.
spike, and let it through the heaven. Shall be able to gain 1 or probably 2, but still that is not going to be sufficient enough to win the round. 3 ultimates on the side of Alter Ego. Are they going to use one apple? I think they're going to go safe on sent to no information, or maybe it was just shot out.
Alexi with that pickup though.
Yes,
Ali
sir.
gonna make contact onto Napsy right here. Picks up the kill as well. 2v2 situation here for them.
Last player
Mary with
standing.
her positioning. Can't find anything. If
Remaining.
Ali picks up that one, it's a 1v1 situation.
Open up the
but
sky.
Alexi's super low on health. Probably are gonna come through. Fine to damage. Able to pick up the kill onto Aurelia, but time is not in her favor. And the round has to go to AEC as well. And I believe with this round win, Bren are forced to go on the back foot in terms of economy here.
Oh, well, I appreciate the way exactly how everything was executed from side of Alexi. Though they did not win the round, but they took away every weapon that Alter Ego had, every people alive. Though she was also sunk into the same ship that was planted from the side of Alter Ego. But now let's see how everything is going to pan out, because it is going to be some SMGs in the mix, one SMG in the mix of Spirits and Frenzy, a strong push indicated push coming in from side of B, and two people trying to hold on to hookah. One player, as always, going for the lurk.
Actually, all four players of Brand right now, they're stacked onto this B side, so I think AEC, they're not looking to go towards the side as we do see the spike being rotated through the spawn towards the A side here. Recon ball gonna come out and clear out the backside, and the only person here who
smoke.
is gonna be Alexi there. Has the tour de force in hand, but is gonna be smoked off. I don't know if she's gonna be able to find anything as the spike can't
Spike
go down
planted.
pretty safely here. Waiting for the team for the big able to pick up the kill onto Aurelia with the tour de force. Numbers advantage in favor of Ren right now, and Showstopper popped as well, but through on the side of Out the Eagle, but Ayumi and Neri able to pick up kills of their own, and as the smoke
Last
fades,
player
it
standing.
is gonna be Bren who are gonna be taking up the round and the free weapon upgrades as well here.
This round was an extravaganza of the ultimates. What did we not see? Nightfall. We saw Hunter's Fury. We saw Showstopper. It was like multiple ultimates being used, and round well saved from the side of Brent Esports. One points away towards the match point. Let's see if that is going to be a flawless or no, because talking about Alter Ego's Eco now, and Neri will go for the half shield, and this timeout is going to cost the momentum of Brent Esports, I believe, because they have particularly Fade coming in from side of Brent Esports with the triple in the final. That was much more than necessary to save the round and not allow Alter Ego to close in as much as possible. What do you believe, Remy? Is it going to be a 12-7 or it is going to be a 8-11?
I think this timeout was called by Brand to actually make sure to try to maintain the advantage as much as possible here, because you see on the side of AEC their buys are not going to be looking good into this next round. Sure, they might have the rifles to work with, but they're not going to be on full shields, and we know how important that can be when it comes to maybe 1v1 situations when you're not looking to aim for the head, and instead maybe you're trying to go for some spray downs or body shots there. That would be super important for them. And in the situation the Brand is able to convert off of this, it should be a really good, it will be a really good position for them to be in, because they'll be at match point with AEC on the back foot, unable to buy up at all. Coming into this next round, we are going to still be seeing the full rifles coming in from both sides.
That works.
Tower control once again being taken by Bren here, but on the side of AEC, it looks like they're going to be going to go fast on this B hit.
Don't say. Angel sent down to Angel. Ali has taken down one player, or will come to the ultimate, and Ayumi right on place, right on time. Now they have got no control over the side. Nope, they can go for a TP though. That still remains an open option. But are they aware site A is not vacant as well? There's going to be a chamber from the side of Brent Esports, waiting for the hot welcome with the headhunters. No tour de force to be activated at this point of time. Resurrection is on from the side of Brent Esports, which they are willfully going to save, at least at this point of time. Nightfall. Well, what information is required is going to be the key question. Nabu already going for the quick rotate. No information as of now. She does have one problem on location compromised, site revealed, everything done. Spike shall be planted in
30
the
seconds left.
But Poorly brings back Ali to life.
Right now, what Bren is just trying to do is try to delay the spike that's going down as
Face
much
your
as possible.
fear!
And it's a 5v3 situation favoring the side of Bren Esports. Nightfall as it come out to gather some information towards the CT side, so they do know there's many people
Revealing
coming in
area.
from there. Icebox recon ball gonna scan out anyone. He's gonna be pushing in towards the side right now as Prowler comes through from Bren. New opposition is gonna
player standing.
be compromised as Mikasa and Alexi pick up 2 kills, and suddenly it just went in the favor of Red Esports, and they're able to pick up their match point right now. 12 points on the board. They're looking for that last
Match point.
this next round to close it out on the map too.
And talking about the weaponaries right now, we do have an upper hand being spotted on the side of Ren Esports. On the contrary, I wouldn't want to deny Alter Ego are the masters of thrifties. Will they be able to pull it? Tour de Force already been activated on the side of Alter Ego, and Ayumi has always converted the Tour de Force each bullet to one kill. If that is going to be the case
You
of
want to
scenario,
play?
then
Let's
can
play.
take something more hopping in. And it is going to be like being only committed, smoke walls, everything placed, do not allow the hookah entry, poorly waiting. Content information revealed about the location, about the positioning. Pearly is going to outsmart that, move out of the vision, move out of the position, and send a slow op. Shell, brain it out. Pearly is doing wonders right now by waiting out each and every utility by holding the hook.
A bit of commotion going on outside Hookah here, but Aneri is the one who gets the better of that, trying to take onto Further, and Aneri trying to go in for more onto the side with the showstopper, but Mikasa able to take her down with that Vandal. And the numbers are still tied up right now, but it's still like Ace gonna go for this A hit. Alexi finds the first pick, but all three are able to trade it out as Alexi has to trade it back over. Has to go back to safety. Spike plan is to go down pretty safely though. Ali is ready for this retake as well. On coming through. Oh, you feel they're gonna play for this first one. They'll have to offer strike and Molly
Last
can work
player
with here.
standing.
Ayumi and Icebox able to pick up kills of their own, and it seems like it might go in the favor of AEC right now because the numbers advantage is in their favor.
Molly shall be able to delay Shirazi on tapping on the field.
Prepare for hellfire!
Orbit will start coming to be used, little bit of damage delivered, and this is going to be one more almost thrifty round. Not entirely thrifty round, but yeah, almost. They were weaker on the weaponaries, and the pause that they took, I believe, that changed the momentum. Brent Esports did wanted to continue with the same strats, with some counter strats maybe, but AE had a good hand, good hold over there, but still they are going to be a bit weaker on the side of armors, and which can be chipped with Mikasa sending some paint shells. Let's see if that is going to be the case of scenario or no. Once again, started. It's going to be a map point for the side of the esports with a push once again spotted.
And once again, AEC gonna go for this hookah control here. Neri looking for some frags, pushing her way into the hookah, trying to make some promotion in here, gets tagged out by Swirly though. So they do know that, they do know where she is, 30 down to 32 south with that paint shells coming out on the side of the path. So they're gonna look to fall off of this angle for now and reaggress somewhere else probably.
Play of patience again joining in from side of Alter Ego. They play best when they are patient, but Ali has already reduced a player. Prowler sent to no information. Ayumi reduced the two players already, outnumbering them. Now there's going to be a rotation. They are all moving in towards site. Indeed, they've got the site control. They are going to plant the spike, and three players rotating, all three stacking up from the side of spawn. Now that is a bit too risky. Ayumi has got a good angle for the heaven. Let's see if she will be able to grab hold onto the player. Ray on the heaven. On sent to no information, at least not yet. Mikasi trying to make a good save from
Last
heaven.
player
She
standing.
wasn't taken down, and Neri trying to do everything. Last player, Mikasi taking down one, but then Neri with a triple is gonna put a shutdown there and win the round.
And Neri was really holding down the U-Haul position for her team. You see when, I believe it was Torley and Ali who were pushing in. And Neri just picks up both of those kills, and it's all up to Mikasa in a 1v4 situation there. And although she's able to pick up that one kill, she doesn't know where to look at because there's just so many angles. She's out in the open, and just like that, AEC, they're able to convert off of that. And now Brand Esports, in terms of the economy, they gotta be on the back foot. There's gonna be a key in the mix, I believe. Boombot from Neri gonna spot out some information towards Hookah. So they do know that there's some players towards Hookah here. Our drone coming out spots out two players, in fact. So Kupa's looking pretty stacked right now. I don't think AEC will be looking to go for this hit, but look where Twirly and Mikase are.
Canary reached to A long. Mikasa got a good angle. They are aware about Whirly, but they're not aware about Mikasa. I'm pretty sure about it. If Aneri will able to get the information, then Nabu takes down Mikasa immediately. Grenades them to push away Whirly, but Whirly is also going to get compromised.
One enemy
Here it is
remaining.
a 5 versus 1. Last player standing, and a dream to get an ace, a dream to win a map, a dream to win a match. And will this dream be fulfilled? Yes, it's no HP.
What?
No! This is the last thing. Well, Granny, I was talking about I wanted to see a frag with knife. Now, this is above and beyond that. I do like satchel finishers as well. We did have a conversation about it pre-match.
And there, you know, what are you doing with those satchels? How- the fact that Alexi was down to so little health that Ineri was just able to take her out with the satchel is just that's just adding insult to injury right there, and that's 10 points on the board for AEC right now. But coming into this next round, it's gonna be a full buy from both teams here, so this is a really crucial round for both.
I don't think so.
Here.
I'm too
Bren
small.
looking to close it out. Alexi already with his first initial pick aggression to his B long, able to pick up bring and advantage in favor of Ren Esports right now is Mikase widening the gap once more with that pick on the Nabubai. Ayumi waiting outside showers. Will she be able to find anything here?
You shall be checking the corner. Mikasa holding a good corner, good angle here. Gets one opening frag and also one more from other teammate. And Whirly is also going to take down
Last
Lady.
player standing.
Yeah, well, that was jumping shot. And it is a
Defenders
flawless
win.
coming in from the side of Brand Esports. And once again, it is going to be Brand Esports Victors proving themselves that they are strong on the map of Fine, and thus they chose it. Thus they played it. And talking about overall scoreline of the best of 5, it is 1-1 from either of the sides. Well, how do you feel about it, Grammy? A momentum gained, momentum lost, once again re-achieved. It was everything that was not supposed to go, but everything went down and again up for Team Brain Esports. And this is what Brain Esports victresses are. Not going to grand final slot list immediately, but with lots of ups and downs, they made it possible.
That is true, and Bren really set the pace in their attacking half right there, winning up 8 rounds. So they were able to close it out on their defending half right there. I really gotta mention those last 2 rounds though, because it was a flawless coming out for the side of AEC initially, but Bren just said, "Now we can do this better and one up you." So they won the next round, their match round instantly with a flawless of themselves as well. And I also gotta give mention to Twirly's barrier orbs there, the sage walls. They were positioned in such a way that it would take multiple shots, a lot of shots, to be able to break that whole wall. So it really slowed down the push from AEC right there, and they weren't able to capitalize off their aggression.
Well, talking about Neri, once again, she's going to be the team MVP. But overall, match MVP, we do have Vikasi with a total of 290 ACS and 24 frags to work out with. And now again, I would want to see the first blood. And Neri is not going to allow anybody take away the title of highest first blood accum. And she's always going to be that. She also mentioned it during the interview that this is what she does with the support, with the team support. And talking about team support, Iceberg, Ayumi did give a lot of team support. Also Nabu, without a doubt. Oreo also putting smokes and mollies and orbital strike and whatnot. Everything on point. But this was map of mind, where we always mentioned, Grammy, that Brem has got an upper hand here. But now next one is going to be the map of Icebox. And yesterday Twirly, being a sage, got an ace there. Do you think we can see a deja vu moment or alter ego after getting after not winning this map? They are going to go all aggressive, all patience lost.
I think on the side of AC, that I think that will come true, but on the side of Bren, you mentioned Twirly, right? That ace in that pistol round. So I do believe that she will be able to find some way to counter the aggression from AEC right there, as she did in the bind match.
Let's see, because we have got two acers here in Neri for the day, start of the day, and yesterday we did have too early. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to head for a short break, but you're not going to go anywhere. You're going to keep your bag of popcorn ready. What better Sunday than watching this actions of Valorant? And this Valorant action is coming from Super Valorant Women, powered by Intel ROG Showdown series. So see you on the other side.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to map number 3 of this grand finals happening between Alter Ego, Celeste, and Bren Victress. We did see Alter Ego take the first map, but the second was a stampede coming in from Bren Esports. They had the 8-4 half lead, and they managed to capitalize on it to take the victory. Though it should be said, Alter Ego didn't let it go that easily. 13-10 was the final score there. And Bind, although they did lose it, they didn't lose it easily. We are going to be heading into map number 3 for the day, which is Icebox here. So Tanya, what are your thoughts about Icebox?
Well, I would want to see Twirly as a sage once again. That is the only thought at this point of time I do have. And if at all, is she going to go for the ace? And before the show started entirely, while we were in the dry run, we were talking about will I get to see a knife frag? And fortunately, I got to see a satchel finisher from the side of Aneri. Well, we will talk a little later. Let's talk about the agent comp here. From the side of Brent Esports, we have got Alexi going in as a Jet, Twirly as a sage, Shiradzi going in as a Viper. I do believe yesterday also she went for a Viper without a doubt. Zini going in as a Chamber.
Select
On the
your
other side,
agent.
Neri. Well, is it going to be a mirror comp?
It does seem to be a mirror comp coming in again from both these teams. This is the lineup which we did see on Icebox from Bren yesterday as well, and they put up a rather dominating performance against Zol there. However, that kind of mirror comp coming in, we saw what happened in the first game on Fracture. It was also a mirror comp, and that was Alter Ego's pick. And it seems like again on Icebox, it might be Alter Ego coming in again. Bren did get revenge last time on Bind, but again, Icebox is a map that Alter Ego was well versed on. I don't think they've changed their agent comp much in the last matches that they've played. It's been this extremely stable comp going in, and the last time they did play Bren on this map, they do have they did get a 13-8 win, I believe. So it is looking a little bit rough for Bren right now. Alter Ego on the map of Icebox in general, there's very little variance when it comes to agent comp, and they have a really high win rate as well. In fact, I think the last about, let's say, 15 times they've played this map, they haven't lost a single game, and they've been fairly convincing wins as well. There hasn't been one single overtime win either, so I don't know, man. It's looking a little bit rough for Bren, especially considering this is Alter Ego's pick.
Alter Ego with a pick are very dominant there because on the map of Pine, I did see other side of Alter Ego. They are pretty aggressive in going on the defender side as well. They don't hesitate usually, but they started to hesitate as soon as the lead was increasing from singles towards the double digit. But ladies and gentlemen, here we go with the third match of the day for ROG Showdown Series, women's only tournament powered by Intel, and this is going to be the very first round.
Area already taking control of B long, almost having control of B side, in fact, off the back of that Viper wall, and the spike just going down very, very soon. We're getting it in down. It's going to be a 5v5 full-on retake. Players from ADC have taken their post-plant positions. First, it's going to be Alexi, though, who is going forward here. They will clear the dash and try to play off of that. Ineri doing a bit of damage, and Twirly, in fact, is just going to be trying to stick the defuse here. Ineri, though, she's going to dash in, but is only able to find one with that throw going down from
One
Twirly.
enemy remaining.
Bren, who do in fact find the defuse, and Alter Ego, they're gonna be left in the lurch there because they did get the plant. They will be able to force a buy here, which I think they're considering doing, looking at what Iceberg is getting, the shields and stuff. So that was a really quick round coming in from both these teams, and Bren, they did a fantastic job saving that wall.
Getting a quick side control, getting a quick plant, and Shiradzi with the Venom Spit finisher. That was also very good. Poison Spit, whatever. And now we are going to talk about Alter Ego. Egos needs to be shaken down here. Once again, they're not going for the same 5-stack push. It is going to be a total scattered entry. Spike will be nearing the side A, and Shiradzi with the Spectre is going to take down Ineri. Now that is a humongous loss already. Are they aware about Zini? Well, big threat to Ayumi! And the threat is converted into frag in no time. 3 versus 5. Doable, but very tough.
Yeah, it's gonna be a hard ask right now, especially since Ayumi is one of the players
One
who went
enemy
down here.
remaining.
Ali taking down another pick. It's gonna be just a stage left, and there's not much she can find as Alter Ego lose this round. To be fair, it was an eco coming in from them. Brent did have the better weapons to work with, but this is the round that they'll have to win here because they are going in for that full buy, and you know they will have to capitalize on it. Looking at the way they are spread out so far, it seems like they want to go for a B push right now. The chamber utility has been placed, the trademark towards mid, to make sure that anybody pushing behind them is going to be caught by it. But I think Bren have read this well. It's going to be 3 players, in fact, stacked towards B here as Alter Ego make their way forward. Getting in close when you have vectors is always a good idea, and that seems to be the case here. Shirazi will be taken down off the back of that beautiful recon bolt, and the healing will come through for Inari as well as they make their way forward here. Gets the flick, in fact, onto Alexi. That's gonna be a 2-1 advantage here for the side of Alter Ego as they try to make their way towards this B site, taking control of yellow as well. It seems like they should be able to get the plant in. Eri though, he's gonna take a bit of damage from Zinni, who's still playing on the side. That safe roll being invested. It's gonna be Zinni who has to push out and gets caught after the debuff from the Viper wall by Inari yet again. It's just twirling left right now with their fellow Sova. Takes out Inari. At this point, the thing you need to consider is every single rifle that Bren can take offline from Alter Ego, that's gonna wreak havoc with their eco here.
Last player standing.
Not too quickly, but it is all shouldered responsibility to the rally, and he will be able to get one appraisal weapon. Can't go for the half tip, but here comes the lineup. He's not going to risk further more, and he's going to get one more, and there's no room of opportunity where he will be able to focus, ticking, and the round gone. But why is the attackers getting the very first round? Alter Ego winning the very first round here, and I believe the scattered entry create a lot of commotion on the side of Brent Esports about how to exactly execute getting early picks. But look at the weapons. Even after winning the round, they are going for marshals in the mix of specters and few handles as well.
Yeah, that round was really pivotal for the side of Bren here, because even if they lost it, they managed to take down all 5 players from Alter Ego. That's gonna mean a very broken buy right now. You see a Marshal there, you also see a light armor and a Vandal. They have only 2 rifles in fact on board, and they have to try and use this to get into sight here. There is a Blade Storm available though for Inari as they try to take this B site yet again, and it seems like Bren is playing this site for retake here as they let the attackers have it more or less for free. They're just going to be waiting for this Viper Poison Orb to go down before they can get the plant in. Twirly though, she's not gonna let Inari take control of Danger like last time. She's just lying in wait here along with Ali. This Crossfire as well as the Viper wall from their side proving to be deadly for Alter Ego's push. They will finally manage to get the wall down and go in for the plant here. And Inari, she's taking control of this Danger position here. Goes for the upchuck and finds a headshot onto Twirly. That's gonna make it a 4v5 right now. The superior weaponry still lies in the hands of Red Esports here. But is Inari's Blade Storm enough to take it home? In this retake, let's find out.
And here we go, Blade Storm from Inari. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then he's going to pull take down Inari. Not a miss, but an impacted, clear-cut, clean sweep coming in from the side of Alter Ego. And thanks to that Blade Storm, it was a mix of all weapons, but the Blade Storm gave the U-turn required, and now it is going to be the equalizer round done and dusted. Next is going to be who takes the lead. Resurrection ready at both the ends, and side A looks a little extra committed, at least for now.
Yeah, the economy for Bren is gonna be broken after that show coming in from Inari here. Never count Alter Ego out when you have Inari still alive, and she proves that yet again. This is the 3rd time on the map of Icebox where she's managed to get huge impact going in. It seems like Alter Ego want to go in for that A side, but it's gonna be Shirazi who gets that first pick onto Inari with a Marshal. That headshot taking her down, getting the second as well. The resurrection comes through, and it is going to stick as well because Shirazi can't get into position for it. Or before right now, it seems like Alter Ego will still want to push this A side, that barrier, or not really going to stall anything as Twirly will be taken down by her counterpart here. It's gonna be Shirazi still holding down the line. Does have the Viper spin to work with as well, but she's not gonna get the chance to commit it because this push from Alter Ego is too much for the side of Brent to stop here. Just outing left right now, and Inari is gonna take her down. That's gonna be Alter Ego taking the lead. But Brand doing really well, especially Shirazi getting those 3 headshots from the Marshall. That's huge.
We're also able to get a control on site for way too long, but after the resurrection, they already outnumbered Brain Esports, and that is all they wanted to do. And but after that, it was all about Shirazi going in for the 4th one, and Sage from the side of Alter Ego putting a shutdown. And once Shirazi was put to shutdown, I believe everything seeped out of the hands of Brain Esports now after taking a lead. Um, there are going to be some switches happening, but I do like an aggressive push coming in from side of Alter Ego 5-stack pushes. No lurk spotted, at least not yet. Otherwise, what we tend to see is Chamber is usually playing quite too far away on the attacker side compared to what every other player does. So that is not yet happening. Let's see when are they going to start it.
I mean, I think for this map at least, it's the Viper that's going on the lurk for Alter Ego here. If you notice, she did come in from mid 1 or 2 rounds. Either way, after this timeout though, Bren needs to regroup. They do have a buy again, and they also have multiple ultimates to work with. I think we'll see the Viper's Pit coming in from Shirazi to try and shut down A main, as well as the Tour de Force on the B side here. That might be what exactly they need to work with. On the opposite side, there's not gonna be much available for the side of Alter Ego. They are 1 away from the Viper's Pit as well. And when it comes to Icebox especially, the Viper's Pit is kind of a major win condition going in. Yep, that's going to be the Tour de Force triggered by Zinni here. Won't be spotted by the drone either, though they know she's playing in a very aggressive position. Neri trying to put down the Cloudburst and make her way through here as they try to take control of this B site. Nevertheless, Zinni though, she's going to find the headshot on such a crucial player as well, because that's going to be the Viper's Pit offline right now for Alter Ego here. They have to try and figure out where exactly they can go. Zinni find the second, in fact, onto a Yumi somehow. With that Sage wall being committed, Twirly is going to make it even more difficult for the players from Alter Ego to get anywhere towards this B side here. And there though, she's still alive and she has to keep this dream alive somehow. Takes 1, but Zinni, she's still holding down the fort here as she takes down Icebox. 2v3 right now, but the flank is here. The cavalry has come in. Oreophilia keeping it alive, but Alexi's gonna clean it up. And off the back of that brilliant 3k from Zinni holding down the B side, it's gonna be Brent finding their 3rd as well.
Brain Esports with 4 ultimates already in the name, and Zinni did use Tour de Force. I did like the way going for a smack right on the face, getting a frag with the Tour de Force. That was pretty quick, and that is it. It was an equalizer. Once again, it is going to be to and fro, tosses happening, one blow either side. Who took the lead this time? It's still going to be a question. It is going to be a mid push happening, and it is going to be 4 players trying to go in against 1. Only 1 player on side. It is quite too far away. Twirly is going to get 1, and Neri is will attempt to go move in. They stop it, and the aggression from Brent Esports is also too strong to get counted.
Going to be a 2v3 right now as Oreophilia tries to even it out here. There's no resurrection available either, though she gets it off the back of that plant. She can try to get up one of her teammates, but it's not going to be happening as Ali will take her down. Iceberg left in a 1v2 after that kill, but the trades are perfect and Brent should be able to get another. The round was so crucial for Alter Ego, especially the fact that she has a resurrection to work with, but unfortunately she's gonna be caught off guard here by the Sova, and that is going to be Alter Ego falling behind right now. Alexi also does have the Blade Storm to work with. Looking at the scoreboard though, Alter Ego has not 1, not 2, but all 5 ultimates ready. Both the teams, in fact, really making the most of ult management here. And this round, it seems like Alter Ego, they want to go in for a little bit of a default. They are going to be in an eco. Again, though, the Blade Storm and the Tour de Force are both available. And we saw Inari, wreck Rampage with that 4K in the previous time she had it. So I think she might be looking to do something similar right now. All eyes are gonna be on her as it's popped right now. Tries to take down Zinni here, but it's not really gonna work out as she manages to dodge it. 2 players towards this B side trying to hold strong here. Zinni forced to TP away. Alexi though, she's gonna take down Napsky on the lurk in the meantime. Totally taking down the Blade Storm as well, and it seems like Bren has the B side locked down.
Here.
Well, Oreo will be able to take down Alexi, one of the strongest player. And now it is going to be 2 versus 4. Ayumi is ready with the 4-day force. Look at the movement. Spike is being carried away towards side A, and the angle that was supposed to be seen, we are going to switch towards this side. Tag! Oreo's location is compromised, but Ayumi's position is not. She keeps
Last player standing.
That's not the second. Too early with the triple. Last player standing. 3 versus
Here.
1.
The spike is in her hands though, and she has the resurrection, but there's none of her team near her that she can get up here. She has to win out this fight against the Sova possibly before she can book it to the B side and possibly
30
get one of
seconds
her
left.
teammates out. It seems like that's what's on Oreo's mind here. Takes the plan. That's gonna get the Hunter's Fury out, buying even more time for the side of Bren to get that rotated. You see them running from the back, but it's not gonna connect with Oreophilia as she's desperately trying to keep the hopes of Alter Ego alive here. We'll hear this line coming through as well.
10
And I
seconds
think
left.
that with 10 seconds left, she has to try and stick the plant, but Shirazi's just lying in wait for her. That's gonna be round number 5 for Bren there, off the back of the beautiful gunplay coming in towards V-Long. And I love how Bren is playing this, right? We've seen them, especially on the first map today, we saw that they were a little bit passive, but they seem to have regained their confidence after their resonating victory on Bind. And this B push coming in from Zinni and Twirly, it's so strong here. Alter Ego are just not able to break through with it. You see them trying to drone it out, you see them trying to recon, but the double peaks or the trades coming in are just too good for them to contend with. Either way, that's going to be Alexi, who also has the operator on light right now, so that's even more of a hurdle for them to try and deal with. Shirazi putting down the Viper Spit right at the beginning of the round, in fact, making it even more tough for Alter Ego.
Side A under control, but they are to push in here in heavy. Trying to grab it, get the vision. They try to get the information about where is anyone from the counter side. Nothing to stop, nothing to stop. The rotation is the only option left here, but will Alter Ego plan to rotate? Risking it Viper's Spit is going to losing players by choice, losing numbers by choice, and that is not exactly what the players would want. But Minions got victorized here for Twirly. They have outnumbered them. Are you trying to make the most out of it? He's risking a second in Viper's Spit, but with the shot, he's going to put a shot down. Viper's
You
Spit
will not kill my
good
ally.
roll. Losing the resurrection,
Spike down A.
but dealing with this angle. Who would have expected to connect?
Lexi getting a little bit too happy there towards mid
30
with the Blade
seconds
Storm.
left.
Isn't gonna really
Last
find
player
anything
standing.
with it. 8 HP on Zinni. She's not gonna find anything either, as it's gonna be Nabsky taking her down. 1v2 for Alexi. She's used up all the knives in her Blade Storm as well.
Spike
Just the
planted.
operator left to work with. I don't think there's a rifle that she can really pick up either. Alter Ego, they've invested a lot in the
enemy
resurrection, but it's gonna be Lexi who spots the head of Iceberg there in that unfortunate little incident. Just a 1v1 right now. Timer ticking, and it's gonna be Lexi who doesn't know the position of where the Viper is either. She has to try and fake the plan. Fake the defuse to try and at least get it out. She doesn't know that she's right above her, ready to rain death in fact. But oh no, the timing is perfect as Bren should be able to get the defuse. And Alexi played that to perfection, getting the 1v2 clutch to take Bren to 6.
This round was just wow or above that. The way Alexi with the operator reading the foot, and for a while I did have a second thought, will she be able to pull out the clutch with the operator facing against a Phantom? And it was a close call duel. It was up close and personal. If this is the quick scope coming in from side of Alexi, and also round into the favor of Bren Esports. They have doubled their lead now. It is Alter Ego who needs to change something right now, or they are not going to stop. Bren Esports is not going to stop so easily. Tour de Force activated immediately from side of Bren Esports, and this is going to be one of the massive changes, or maybe early blood that can gain the momentum from Bren Esports furthermore.
It seems like Alter Ego, they're going to be going for a 5-woman push on this A site. Made it all the way, but still have to find some purchase on the site here because the rotation from Bren has been super quick right now. 4 players from them holding down the fort. Shirazi gets the first pick, but the trades are quick here. Alter Ego, they still need to somehow get in, as Shirley, she's gonna be holding the cross here. Iceberg is ready for it, and it seems like they will be able to cross over and possibly get the plant as well. That's gonna be a 4v4 retake, as Ali takes one, making it a 3v3 right now. Zinni with the Tour de Force still holding strong, knows that Sage Oreo is on site here. She might be trying to cross, and she's gonna be pinned into position, stuck in that particular angle. On the opposite side, that's gonna be Ineri and Ayumi who try to keep this diffuse coming through. Oreo will have to face the brunt of all the 3 players possibly pushing her. Ali though, she's gonna get one again though. Oreo though
Last
keeping
player
strong here,
standing.
making it into a 1v1. We saw Alexi clutch out a 1v2 the last time with the operator, but is she gonna be able to get it again? No, she misses the shot, tries to go for the diffuse, but there's no time here. And Oreo, she's gonna get the 3k possibly. No, she's gonna win the round nevertheless. It's going to be Alter Ego getting it to 4 right now, off the back of that heroic 2k plus the time buyer from their star Sage here, Oreophilia.
Getting a frag and losing the round, that was very good. Breaking the economy, pushing Alter Ego once again towards the basic weapons. We are going to spot a Bulldog joining in into the lead of all 5 Vandals. Though, talking about Bren Esports as well, they are also going to be 3 players in all, going for the half armor. Now, it is not fight of equals somehow, because superior weaponaries usually tend to gain more momentum, but against them it is Alter Ego, the masters of the thrifties. There's no thrifty here though, but still they tend to win these sort of a duels. As first getting the outgrown, revealing a lot of positions, a lot of information, and then going for the up top.
Our spike carrier is killed.
Spike down
The
B.
Alexi though, who finds the frag onto Oreophilia here, and things are looking a little bit rough again for Alter Ego. They found some success on the A side, but they're having trouble replicating here in the opposite direction. It seems like a rotation might come through. In fact, any second now, if they choose it, because they're running out of time. It's only a minute left on the clock, but they're not gonna budge. They still want this B side, and they're gonna be waiting, but they don't know perhaps that there are 2 players waiting towards this yellow for them. If Veneri goes forward, she'll have to somehow find both of them. The recon bolts from Bren isn't gonna give away any info really either, apart from the fact that there's at least 1 player still waiting here. However, that one coming in from the side of Alter Ego is gonna give away all the information they need to try and come into the B side. Veneri finds one, dashes away, but
Spike
Ali
down
is there
B.
for quick trades, and Ayumi will find one as well. They considered though Twirly's resurrection. It's still available. She might be able to pick up this player towards
30
mid here if
seconds
she
left.
can spot out Ayumi as well.
1 enemy
Seems
remaining.
like it's going to come
Your
down to
duty is
just
not
the
over.
Sova for Alter Ego right now. So low here, only the Bulldogs work with, and she's not gonna find anything because Zinni's gonna take her down here. Bren looking super strong on defense on
Last
Icebox
round
here.
in the half.
But there's something about Alter Ego. Even when they're losing round, they tend to make the opponents invest their ultimates. For now, it was Resurrection. Previously, it was Hunter's Fury. So even if they are losing into a stylish way. They are asking them more of investment to win a round. 3 points of buffer, Bladestorm only on the side of Red Esports. On the contrary, they have got a Tour de Force for Alter Ego with the Viper Split and Hunter's Fury as well. And,
You want to play?
talking about
Let's
Resurrection,
play.
it is going to be 1 Spectre in the mix of all Sheriffs and 2 half armors as well. It is Site A committed, gradually moving in with no information as of now. It is not yet drone sent to relay the information. Walking in through the wall is going to move into the cage, and Aneri is not ready to risk herself. It is not yet.
I've seen Mary in this exact same position though on this exact same map with the Sheriff in hand. That time she managed to pop through to find the Bladestorm, but Shirazi, she's
Spike
not gonna
down
let that happen
A.
again. Iceberg finally taking her down, but the A-hold is strong coming in from Brenda.
player
Iceberg's position,
standing.
will it find her one? No, it won't. It's just going to be Oreophilia left alone, and with that, it's going to be a rather dominating defense coming in from Bren Esports.
Switching
taking
sides.
8-4 right now. However, this is the side switch, right? And on a map like Icebox, if you're going to be putting up a stellar defense like what Brent put up, you're not going to be able to attack well. The question is, can Alter Ego do the same here? We've seen it before. We've seen Ayumi managing to pin down players on the B side solo. We've seen Nabsky on the Viper holding strong on A. I feel like the only approach that neither teams have tried so far really is a little bit of mid investment. And I'm curious to see if Brent is going to be trying that approach. It seems unlikely so far because they want to go for that A split or just an A push, all 5 players from what I can see. And it's going to be 2 coming in from the side of Alter Ego who are trying to hold down the fort.
I'm expecting a lot of lurking coming in from the side of Zini. Let's see if she's going to do it right now or no. And Ice Stack was in the main. Wall's going to hold them all, stall them all for a while, not for so long. Nabu on the heaven. Alexi will be walking through, getting the frag, dashing away, took down a Neri. Huge loss already. No side control gained yet. It is still the casualties following. Casualties only for Alter Ego. Curly might be to delay the plan. Also be planted. And they have got the entire side control. But are they aware about the positioning for Nabu?
Napski, she's been holding strong all this time. Will spot out the head of Shirazi here, taking her down. Will possibly get a second as well, in fact, as she does a lot of damage to the chamber here. It is going to be a 2v3 right now, though the chamber is super low. I don't think there's any kind of real heal available either. Ayumi pushing forward, has a ghost to work with some additional firepower, and it seems like the retake is on. Napski putting down this one
enemy remaining.
trying to hold strong. Ayumi gets 2, but is forced to TP
player
away.
standing.
And Napski, she still tries to stick it, but there's no time left on the clock. She has to get half here, but Ali's gonna get out the clutch in a 1v2. That rendezvous from Ayumi really messing her teammate up, unfortunately. Even though she gets 2 there, that round looked so promising for Alter Ego. That 2v5 retake almost going in their favor, and in the end it's gonna be Bren who take it, and off that they look set to put in a very intimidating lead here, because they are going to be going into this anti-eco with the upgraded Spectres and Shields here. Against them, it's going to be just Ineri who has any kind of bias. She's heading in for that Marshall. And so far, though, Bren look unstoppable on Icebox.
5 points of lead, superior weapons. Again, the same aggressive push towards Ida, but this time there was a total of 3 players that take care of it, and Neri is not going to be taken down immediately. She goes for one shot and dashes away. Alexi through the zip lines is already here. It will be flouted already with the double. This was exactly required. Going for the first, but Alexi is not going to allow. It's going to be a double for Alexi.
Last player standing.
Action, getting a double for herself. It is all up to Ayumi. 1 versus 3. Will I be able to get getting 1 down? And already spotted the second. And Razi putting a shutdown here, leading Brenny for towards the double digit club.
10-4 as expected for Bren, and this is the last chance that Alter Ego really have to bring it back here. They are going to have the full buy right now on this defense, and this is very strange coming in from them, because usually on this A site they tend to play a bit more aggressively, but so far they've been rather passive. Ayumi, though, I think they're gonna let her hold the fort down on B solo, because she does have that tour de force to work with. They are gonna be having a 4 stack on A, in fact. But Bren, they seem like they want to go for a B mid split. In fact, they're just heading for the B side, putting down the Sage Wall, and they have it for free as they head in right now. Nobody playing in the kitchen area either, and they're gonna be getting the plant down as well. But that updraft technique, leaving A steal in a 5v5 retake. Lexi pushing forward, trying to do some damage, and Eri will take Twirly down, but the trade is there from Zimmy nevertheless here. Shirazi as well, she is going to be using the snake bite to buy as much time as possible, because when you have it plant like this, you just need to maintain mid control and possibly kitchen control as well. Zinni, though, she seems tempted to go for that rifle there. She will hear the Sova, though, nearby, and she's going to take her down. Iceberg, though, she's going to wide swing that and get the kill nevertheless. 2v3 right now, Alter Ego in a tough position as Tom is sticking. Napski trying to get the defuse, but Alexi's gonna take down both players with that 3K, and with that, Bren are making a statement on this map, 11-4, and they look like they're gonna close it out extremely soon.
1 point away from match point. What on earth are Brent Esports trying to do? Whatever they're doing, they are doing pretty good. Indeed, I would say they are doing in the form of excellence. On the other side, now we're going to spot a Bucky coming in from side of Iceberg, Vandal from Ayumi, and the mix of sheriffs from Oreophilia and Nabubai. And we do have two ultimates ready on the side of Brent Esports, Resurrection and Bladestorm. I believe Bladestorm shall be saved if there is no casualties happening from Brent Esports. A 5-stack rush towards side B once again. Viper's wall placed, but they're not rushing through the mid. They've got every time they've got different cards to show, and the resurrection will be used by Burley Alexander first, but once again the trigger comes to action. What they do want to worry about Shirazi taking care of the
Spike
score, took
planted.
down 2, and they're down. Next one.
She has the Bladestorm to work with. Never count Neri out. Never count Neri out. Bladestorm out.
One
With
enemy
Ayumi
remaining.
getting 3, 4 right now. Just 1 kill left for her to find. Alter Ego looking so strong here as they manage to take it off the back of Neri and Ayumi, bringing it home for a second after Shirazi is still on the people flanking. It looked a bit rough, but nevertheless, it's going to be Alter Ego getting the defuse and keeping the dream alive here on this Thrifty round. They have a long road ahead of them though, because they only have a round's buffer that they can afford to lose here. The economy as well still looking decent for the side of Brent. Alexi, she will have to play off the Bladestorm after she drops her teammate a gun. Or she might be able to compromise and go in for a rifle. In fact, the thing is that they also have the Viper's Pit to work with. So as long as they can get the plant down, Shirazi, she might be able to win the round with just that ultimate available from her side.
And tour de force from the side of Alter Ego. Well, no. It's going to be a 5-5 except for Chamber now sticking to the mid. This is the exact positioning I was talking about from the side of Brent Esports. This is how it was happening yesterday. A good teleport happening. Moved away. So that shall be allowing Brent Esports not delayed entry. But how long can they delay? It's going to be a question. Brent with the momentum, Brent with the player, Brent with the white mark split. This is the start. Ayumi taking down Vinny.
Our spike carrier is
Vinny's left
killed.
did not function exactly.
Spike
But
down
Vinny
A.
is also going to take down Corby, followed by Aneri.
Last player
There's much
standing.
more to go. There's much more to go. And it is a flawless coming in with a double from Nabu Bai. Tables are turning, it seems.
Now, looked really scary for Alter Ego, but the read was right, and they managed to get the rotation in quickly enough to be able to take the round. And with that, it's going to be the eco for the side of Brent Esports, and they are going to be calling a timeout right now to see what exactly they can do better. They look strong there on the attack half for the first 3 rounds, winning the pistol, the anti-eco, and the bonus. But after that Thrifty, it seems like the momentum has been slowly but surely sliding in the direction of Alter Ego here. Especially, I think right now they might have enough to go for an operator if they choose to. So Tanya, what do you think that Brent needs to do to be able to win it out?
Actually, Brent, we're doing everything just about right, just about perfect. It is just that Alter Ego have pulled up their socks now, tightened their belts now. They are also trying to do exactly what is needed at this point of time. They have realized that they are just 1 point away from the match point for Brent Esports, and then chasing the score is going to be difficult. So all they're trying to do is not allow them that match point, but one single mistake is going to cost them a lot. So I do believe every single step they take is going to get counted. Viper's Pit is ready on the side of Alter Ego, and Bladestorm from the side of Red Esports. Looking at the positioning, Spike will be in the mid on the base for now. And once again, the basics 2-2-2-1 split happening. 2 in the mid, 2
Get out
on
of my
A,
way.
1 on B. Vinny moving in with the Headhunters, and Bladestorm activated. This shall be a round to watch out for, especially for Jet, which is Alexi here.
Yeah, I believe they call that a default in common parlance, and Alter Ego is Brent is definitely sticking to it, trying to see if anybody from Alter Ego is going to be getting a little bit too over-eager in this round here. It's not the case, so they're content to be patient and wait because they know that they do have a significant weapon advantage. Zeddy, though, she's made her way all the way up B long, and I don't think Ayumi is really aware of that because there has been no utility really invested here. Zinni's just going to be watching the cross right now, seeing if she'll be able to catch Ayumi possibly off guard. The wall as well has been committed from Shirazi towards his B main angle here. Spike though, it seems to be on its way towards B, and with that kill though, it's going to be the B side open, and the rotation is going to be coming through. They will in fact even be able to get the upgrade. Oreophilia will catch Alexi, who was still lurking for a little bit. In the meantime, Alter Ego, 3 players left as they try to make this retake work. It doesn't seem likely though, because Shirazi, she's going to find Iceberg here, and with that, this 2v4 retake for Alter
left.
Ego looking
One
really
enemy
rough.
remaining.
1 versus 3 is the situation. Match point looks pretty close. Zinni, as always, playing quite far away from the teammate, but looking at the Viper from the side of Alter Ego, made a move. Nabo has already reached, but are the players of Red Esports aware about a positioning through the yellow boxes, gradually moving? Going for the respawn, and now the position has been converted.
One enemy remaining.
Nabu taking down 2, it is all up to the last player standing. The 3-8-3-1 shot, Brett from the shoulder should use even and it has. Match point for Brett Esports, and if at all they are winning it, they're going to go for a lead into
Match
an
point
overall
here.
set of 5.
So it is going to be match point right now for Brilliant Esports, who look extremely good on Icebox here. They've done the work when it comes to attack, and that round comes entirely down to Shirazi and Zinni, who had the patience to wait out a peek from Ayumi there. The headshots from Shirazi on this Marshall looking absolutely phenomenal. It's not just that round that she managed to get. It was one more on the previous half, in fact, which she did. And this time it seems like they want to be going in for a classic mid-push yet again. Ayumi, though, she's going to have the operator already. Finds one here. She's going to be falling back a little bit, trying to stay alive. And that's going to immediately put a pause to this quick push coming in from the side of Ben Esports here. She has taken a lot of damage, so I think she will want to try and heal back up. In the meantime, though, the Viper Spit on A is also going to put a stop to that. You see the Sova waiting outside to possibly catch her off guard, but it's Shirazi again finding the pick onto a Neri here towards mid. That's the operator on side, and with that, it seems like mid might likely be clear. The wall tries to get broken down as the resurrection comes through, but Inari is nevertheless going to stay alive. Shirazi still holding down the angle, and this time it's Inari who wins that wins that fight, and the spike is going to be dropped as well. Brent Esports 3v5, spike and still in spawn, stuck with the operator. What can they do, Tanya?
And here he has got all the vision near to the spike. Shall be able to get few more picks. Misses it. Zinni with the headhunters gains it. Not only gains the frag, but also the spike control. They are moving in towards side
30
A,
seconds
where
left.
Viper Spit is already activated and only 30 seconds to work with. Not so easy. Looks not at all doable, but they gotta risk it. They gotta go all in. There's no other option left in. 4 versus 2 with the Viper Spit and only 10 seconds remaining.
So close.
10 seconds left.
They do manage to find those 2 kills, and with that, the spike will be going down. A 2v2 right now. It's going to be the Sage and the
Last
Chamber
player
for both
standing.
these teams trying to
Enemy
close it out
remaining.
here. Make that a 1v1 right now. Ayumi versus Zinni, Chamber versus Chamber. The read is right from Zinni, but the shot is better from Ayumi. And Alter Ego, they stay alive for yet another round here as Ayumi is going to clutch it out for them. It looks so harrowing for a second there as they manage to take the A side and get the plant. But Alter Ego, well, never count them out, and Ayumi proves that. In fact, I think she might even have time to be able to go pick up that operator, which, you know, the jet drop, never mind. It's not going to be back. And Ari, nevertheless, will be able to afford one as we head into this map. Last time it was 13-10, and it was a similar kind of comeback coming in from Alter Ego, trying to take it to overtime. The question is, will they able to do it this time?
In the previous round, they got a resurrection invested, Viper Spit invested, and if at all, Zenny wouldn't have peaked and played time, the scenario would have been different. But nonetheless, they are going to start with the Thor. The force being activated. Zenny is going to take care of the mid and is also trying to pass on some of the information which he has acquired. And that is going to be Sage in kitchen. 5 stack, mid push, looks a bit risky, but more the risk, more the rewards. Ball will be used, convincingly used to push him through the kitchen, who is taking care of it. Let's watch it out.
Inari though, she's gonna get one already. The Hunter's Fury coming in as well. The Alexi with the judge, she's gonna find player towards the spawn here. She's gonna be holding down that
Last
angle as well.
player standing.
Inari with the Blaze Storm taking players through. Ayumi and Inari keep the gate shut on the defense here as Bren. They will be heading into round number 21 here with a refreshed economy after that eco. Didn't go how they expected, but they did manage to at least bait the Blaze Storm out of an area. A huge danger when you have her opping there. This time they seem like they want to go for a B split. It's going to be just Ayumi trying to hold down the fort. Has a tour de force to work with if she chooses to. But Bren, they have to close it up because every single round they lose, that's one more where Alter Ego get the momentum.
They're going to start with 4 and that can be destructive. First attack coming in from the main, and here we go. One frag. Oh, no, it wasn't. It wasn't a frag. It was the usual Ayumi. But now here comes the frag, followed by a triple as well. Ayumi on fire. 2 more to go. Will it be a ace? 2 versus
Ophelia does top her HP off. Sorry.
yeah, carry on. It is 2 versus 5.
Yeah, it is going to be the 5v2. Twirly does have the resurrection available if she wants to get her teammate up. But look at Napski's position towards this mid here. She's ready for any kind of late lurk coming in or late push coming in. And that's exactly what it seems like Ben wants to do. Twirly, though, she's going to get that flick. And with that, it's going to be a 4v2 with the resurrection still online here. The spike is in their hands as well. So they could choose to go towards the A side if they want to. But all the bodies are on B. And that seems like exactly where they're going to be heading into right now. It is still Ayumi though holding down
30 seconds left.
From yellow. They're gonna get Alexia, but that's gonna be the information given away. And Ayumi, she's the last pause here for these players to try and stop the push. Gets one, tries to get the second, but Alexia gets the better for player two right now. Tries to get the blast out, but the stage wall is too close here. And Turley's not gonna have the time to go around either. A little bit unfortunate
10
for the
seconds
side of Ren. That
One
should
enemy
be
remaining.
the next round possibly going to them. But no, Turley, if she has anything to say about it, it's not gonna be happening as she manages to make her way around after getting that 2K. Just an area left right now in this 1v2 situation. The pistol is too powerful as Turley gets caught off guard there. That would have been a clutch of a lifetime at least for Turley, but it's not gonna happen as Inari denies it with that classic. It looks so scary though for Alter Ego with those 2 headshots from her.
Oh man, Burnley was roaring there, which is almost done and dusted, but I believe reload was missed, switching to pistol, and it was pistol versus pistol where Neri made the most use out of it and getting the frag, saving the round. 3 rounds away from match point. Once again, Bren Esports will be spotted with the inferior weaponaries as compared to what Alter Ego has, and Neri with an operator is already known as Destruction. Let's see how much more of Destructions we gotta see here, and it is a split of 1v4. No, you don't stay, and now again moving in with the 5 attackers. Enough information with the recon.
Here.
Nobody revealed it's not yet.
It's going to be the eco like you mentioned, Tanya, and they do have the Viper's Pit as well as Shirazi on the march, so definitely something that they can make work. The Hunter's Fury being invested from the attackers here on this eco, a little bit of a gamble, and it fails as they're not able to find anything. Shirazi's going to be caught out of position though, and Inari popping off here, already getting 2 down from the side of Bren. It's going to push them off the B side, making them reconsider. Zinni trying to see if she can work mid here, but Ayumi is going to take her down. Just 2 players left for
One
the side
enemy
of Ren
remaining.
Esports. Make that 1 as Ayumi takes down another. It's just Sage, just Twirly. We've seen her clutch out these things before, and at least she should be able to get a free B side here. But it's going to be the rendezvous time, the sound coming from Ayumi that's going to cue her in that she has to win out a fight before she can at least get the plant down. She's surrounded on all sides here. Just a Spectre to
30
work
seconds
with
left.
light armor on her, and it seems like Alter Ego should be able to possibly get a 10th round here. There's no time left. An area with the 3K is gonna get a flawless defense for Alter Ego, and it looks like we are gonna possibly be seeing overtime unless Brent can close it out this particular round.
And in this particular round was all about mission termination with the operator. She is able to accumulate as much as possible and now also entering towards a double-digit club, 2 steps away for the OT. Let's see, with the Vandals coming to the picture from the side of Ren Esports, is it going to be any easier or no? Or the split is entirely different from what we have witnessed by far. It is 3-1:1. Now it is going to be 3-2. Vipers for Saint just to fake it for side B because other 3 players are already on the move. Zinni holding a good angle. Will she be able to get a frag? Or you feel taking down the drone?
And Neri's gonna be locking down mid with the operator, but mid isn't where they want to go, as slowly but surely they're making their way up the B side. Zinni and Shirazi going forward. And Neri, though, she's
Spike
gonna
down,
get twirly
attacker
down.
spawn.
That's gonna be no resurrection possibly available. And more than that, that's gonna be the spike jump, so they will have to try and kick it back. The Sova is able to pick it up, and in the meantime, Alexi gets a pick onto Napski here. That's gonna make the A side a little bit more weak. Alexi, she's choosing to fall back. The recon bolt not really spotting her out, and she's still holding the position on this A side as they try to regroup towards it. Only 45 seconds left on the clock. They have to make a rotation sometime soon if they want to go towards this B side. However, though, the bait from Shirazi, that is going to catch out the B side rotation, even though it seems like Bren wants to go towards A here.
30 seconds
It's
left.
still committed. They don't know where the spike is going, and it seems, in fact, like the rotation might be coming through. But look at who's holding down mid. It's going to be Ineri there right now. Misses the shot, though, and it seems like in the next 20 seconds, the spike has to go down. The timer is not on Brent's side, even if they do have the Viper split.
10 seconds
as long
left.
as they can deny this plant, that might be what they need. Shirazi, though, with the shorty finds one. That's going to be a
Planted.
3v2. Spike going
One
down as
enemy
well. Ineri
remaining.
holding down the fort here. Just Shirazi in this 1v2 to try and take this. He's just avoiding overtime. Spots out Ineri, but the spray down is too good, and Ineri with the 3K yet again. It's going to be a 12-11 right now.
What is Alter Ego up to? They are not allowing this map slip away their hands. They are trying to get a good grab control over here. Even after having all the weaponry required, Bren Esports were not able to win this round, and on the contrary, Neri is still sticking with the same weapon operator, which is pretty destructive. But now Bladestorm also is ready from the side of Bren Esports. If we talk about the split, it is going to be all 5 stack rushing in through the side of A, and this is exactly what they gotta do. And,
Get out of my way!
Side B this time got left barren as well by only 1 player. Mid taken care by Soa, 2 players on B, 5 spot push. As soon as the utils are being dumped in, they have realized the push is going to be aggressive and 1 point away. If they win it, it is going to be there. If not, they're going to be towards the OT. Look from nice. Nabu or Rapina putting a shot down to 2 players together and reaching for an OT show.
Oh, that looked so sad for Lexi. They're tagged by the Solo drone, caught on the side, locked in by her own teammate Sage Wall there. It's going to be a 3v5 for Bren Esports as they try to keep this from descending into overtime. With that kill, though, the resurrection is going to be available, equalizing things into a 4v4 here. It seems like the site is still available for plants on the back of that little
Spike
wall.
planted.
Razi and Zinni taking out Ineri and Iceberg. Those are 2 huge kills here. The momentum has shifted in their favor, and it's just this 2v4 retake right now for Alter Ego. Oreophilia 1 away from that resurrection. She just needs to find 1 somehow, and she seems prepared for it as she tries to take down the Sage here, but I don't think she spotted out the barrel. Nevertheless, she's gonna
player
find her
standing.
though, but gets the dink. It's not enough. It's just going to be 1 player. Ayumi finds 2 more to go. The crossfire being held by the side of Ren Esports, looking deadly, and Turley's gonna close it out with that 3K. What looked like possible overtime for Alter Ego is not, in fact, going to happen as Brent steal their map pick away from them with that 13-11 victory. And what a victory it was!
Well, gaining a momentum, gaining a lead of more than 5. It was more than double of what lead they were able to get at Bren Esports, then getting shaky. And it was all thanks to an area with the operator not ready to drop it even for a single round, got several frags, several, and I would say that was a fast chase happening, not allowing a single match point to get to allow allow their map of choice slip away of their hands, getting a grab on their map. But Bren Esports did everything required, and I believe they did miss few perfections here, but you don't need to be perfect every single time. You need to just start to win it, and Shirazi will be the MVP here for the team. Veterinary will be the match MVP with total of 30 frags. Now that is pretty massive, and if you have a look at the first bloods, Neri is not going to give away the title to anyone. She is always going to be the highest first blood drawer, and she's going to continue to do so entirely.
This is a really interesting trend I've noticed whenever Alter Ego plays against Bren, right? If you look at the scoreboards whenever Bren does win, the kill distribution is pretty equitable, you know? You always do have every single person on their team performing, and that's exactly what that's what makes Bren so good here, because every single map they play, there's very, very rarely a standout player, at least when it comes to the stats. However, I think this map, the real hero for them was Shirazi. She had so many of those impactful frags that managed to change the game around. And of course, the utility coming in was absolutely impeccable. Multiple rounds that she and Turley managed to win. Both of them are probably the star duo for me when it comes to the side of Bren Esports. Of course, for Alter Ego, we don't need to name names. It's always going to be a Neri and a Yumi on the top there. I think every single map, those two put up like about 50 kills if it goes close like this, or even to OT. Unfortunately, though, on this map at least, it's going to be Bren taking it home, taking the lead here. That's 2-1 right now, and the next map is their pick here. So things are looking extremely dangerous for Alter Ego right now as we head into map number 4. But I think before that, we'll be taking a short break. So we'll be right back. Stay tuned because things are getting really heated up today. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After that exciting game on Icebox, we're going to be heading into map number 4 for the day. And it seems like Bren Esports, they want to make history, being the first ever team to take down the reigning queens of APAC, Ultra Ego, in this best of 5. If they win Ascent, which is their map pick, it is going to be the first ever time that Alter Ego has lost, either in the VCT or in any other tournament. I'm Zach, and with me here is Grammy. So, Grammy, how are you feeling today?
That last map of Icebox it literally had me at the edge of my seat. I was okay from.
Choose
I
your
really
agent.
thought that AEC would bring it back there because they've been winning so many rounds in a row, even though Bren was already on match point. But unfortunately for them, they were just unable to force that overtime in the last round. And Bren was just able to close out map 2. So right now the score is 2-1 in favor of Bren. And we're heading into map 4, which is going to be on Ascent. And all these Asian picks here today, we are going to be seeing almost a mirror comp, excluding the Raze pick and the Jet pick. Raze on the side of Bren Esports picked by Mikase once again.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting because Alter Ego, they haven't changed their team comp much from the last time they played us, and I think that they usually do go in for just that single duelist on an area. Which, let's face it, if you have an area on a duelist, there's not much else you can need when it comes to aggression here. I like that they, in the last few matches that they've played on Ascent, they have gone in for this double initiator combination of Sova and KO here. KO especially proving really instrumental in shutting down a lot of these pushes coming in from the opposite side. And it seems like Bren have taken a leaf from that book as well. Because I think the last time when they played AECL on Ascent, it didn't happen because they didn't get a chance to. They were too owed. This time, though, they're going to have the opportunity to take it forward here. And I really like the agent picks coming in from them as well. Mikasi, she's going to be back on this map here on her usual Raze. And Twirly is going to be here too. So this is pretty interesting because usually you see these two players swap out for the side of Bren. But today we're going to be seeing both of them here. This time Turley is going to be on another Sentinel. This time though it's the KJ and not the Sage.
This is interesting, and immediately you see this aggression coming out on the side of Bren. Already they take so much space down mid. Look ahead towards this guarded position. Here at the paint shells with Aneri is ready for it, taking out Mikase, Shiraz, you're there for the trade, and Ayumi. Bringing numbers back and forth here. Numbers advantage in favor of Alter Ego right now, so Spike is still stuck in guard, and it looks like they're gonna fall off of this position for now. There are 3 members towards the A side, so I don't think it's a really good idea for them to be heading towards the A side. But on the B side instead, they have Neverbuy on their Killjoy. We do know how potent and how lethal that Killjoy utility can be, especially on a pistol round like this.
Yeah, you already see a significant drop in HP for the poor Sova off the back of that turret. Shirazi trying to get that
Player
round down.
standing.
She's still gonna
Spike
be on
down,
site,
B.
holding down the fort here. Turley finding 2 somehow, left in a 1v2. 30
30
seconds on the
seconds
clock.
left.
She knows where Napski is, has to get the shot, and is not gonna find it. As Napski with the 3k on the round holds the B side down. No plant either, so it's unlikely we're gonna be seeing a force coming in from the side of Bren. And with that, Alter Ego, they take the first round, and they look pretty strong doing it. They did manage to lose out on a couple of players, but nevertheless, a win is a win. And with that, it's going to be a full-on eco for the side of Bren.
It's true. There is a ghost coming out from Twirly though, so this is a pretty interesting investment because usually you see like Killjoy going for utility instead of a weapon, but in this situation, I think Twirly, she's confident in being able to find some frags here, and this contact is gonna be made towards the main and Neri spot of Twirly. Mikase gonna be making so much space out down mid here. Napski's ready for this. She finds the 3
Spike down
kills.
B.
Onto
Last player standing.
the players of
Flawless.
Ren Esports, and suddenly it's a flawless round coming out on the side of Alpha Eagle Celeste, and they save all their guns coming into this next bonus round.
Napsky is also just one away from the lockdown. That's 3K she's gotten in the last 2 rounds. Hasn't died yet, by the way. A bit unfortunate because I think she had died, she would have gotten the lockdown. But nevertheless, she does have the Spectre remaining. So looking incredibly strong here on the defense. Alter Ego, especially considering that they're not being really aggressive here, Grammy. They're just content to hold down the site because they have so much utility that they can dump here. This time, it seems like Bren, they want to go in for a B hit. It's an area with the Marshall, though, finding the first pick onto Alexi. A very clean headshot. We saw this coming in from Shirazi the last time around, but this time it's a Neri, in fact, managing to capitalize on it. Pushes through smoke to move back onto the site here. 2 players on this B side right now, both Neri and Iceberg, trying to keep players from Bren making any kind of purchase. They can close the door as well. So Sergi jumps out of just these 2 players. In fact, Oriafilia finding one, Abineri finds another. Shirazi is going to get the trade, though, and that's going to be a 2v2 as Ali finds a Yumi.
Shadows traveling.
Numbers are equalized right now as the spike is making its way onto the B site. Oriophilia, 30 health to her name.
Spike
waiting
planted.
for the rotation from Naps to come in. Gonna be
Cover going
teleporting
out.
Switch, and both players of Bren Esports, they're gonna be playing with both house, waiting to be able to peek off each other here. Napsky gonna make first contact, spots out shoulder of Ali there. Ali gets
Last player
a
standing.
little bit
One
Shirazi
enemy
before
remaining.
one. Napsky's there for the trade, but Ali is as well, and that's the first point on the board for Bren Esports on the map of Ascent, but a very expensive one at that.
That was an incredibly close round, and for a second I thought Alter Ego had it because off the back of that kill, Napsky did have the lockdown available, but luckily for the side of Bren, Ali was ready for it. She swung as soon as Shirazi went down, and that's Bren's first round on the board. They do have the From the Shadows to work with, but not much else in the way of ultimates. And Neri, she's going to be investing in that operator as well. The full buy coming in rather successfully for the side of Alter Ego here. Smoke making sure that she can't really find anything as she gets stuck towards mid with the operator. It seems like they want to go for a short right now, but off the back of that recon, it's going to be Neri finding the first pick yet again. Pulls out the Blaze Storm as well in a little moment of extreme inspiration. Takes a bit of damage from the turret, but nevertheless stays alive here, holding down mid super strongly. But that Bren seemed to be in a bit of a hard place as they don't know where exactly they want to go.
Lock in sight.
Neri getting spotted out by the turret once again, and now they know. And she's still there. Paranoia is gonna come out. And Shirazi, shot a step, able to find Neri off that Ayumi. Trying to trade the numbers back and forth at Napsky as well, and suddenly numbers advantage in the favor of Alter Ego right now. 4 players left remaining, and both players of Bren making their way down mid with the spike here. Oriophilia want to make first contact, yeah, able to get the head of Shirazi, completely decapitating her. Twirly is there for the trade though. Still has a full health, so
30
I think
seconds
this
left.
is a pretty doable round for here, but
Bomb grenades out.
Iceberg has anything to say about it. Playing from this boat house position, Twirly is the one who converts off it, and Spike is gonna go down on the two side.
She does have the spike, she has a lockdown, but that knife coming in from Ayumi is going to shut down any utility.
Last player
She has-
standing.
This is a very doable question because it's only 10 HP left on Ayumi here. 10 versus 10, and possibly a turret taking it away. Yeah, it is going to be the clutch and the 4K for Twirly off the back of that beautiful headshot she managed to get onto that second player from Alter Ego. Iceberg getting just a little bit too over-eager here as she does not manage to convert the kill. And with that, it's going to be the eco coming in for Alter Ego this time. That round looks so promising for them, but the heroics of Twirly are gonna carry them forward. And I gotta say, Twirly has been looking so strong today, as well as yesterday. You know, we saw her on the stage, and we're now seeing her on the Sentinel. And as a support player, she is lifting more than her fair share to propel Bren to victory.
After that round, Alter Ego gonna go for a bit of a save with the judge coming out, but Alexi and Mikasa quick to find the picks off
Spike
it, and
down,
they're good
B.
for one trade so far. Excite is gonna be the domain of Bren Esports right now. They're gonna get a plant down here, so
Spike planted.
it's a bit of a difficult situation here for Alter Ego to push that side. They don't have the weaponry to do so. As Alexi finds the head
Player
of
standing.
Ayumi, or feel like go for the frenzy, but that's all she finds. As Twirly once again, clean, quick 2K for her to the head as well.
They still have the lockdown as well because Twirly didn't really invest it, and the ultimate's looking so close here for a lot of these players. Ali and Alexei just one away from the Null Command and the Hunter's Fury. And on the opposite side, though, there's nothing. Iceberg is not even close here. So if Ali will be able to pick up an Org kill or the plant here, she's gonna have the Hunter's Fury to contest the lockdown coming in from Napski. Things are looking a little bit dire for Alter Ego. They do have the buy coming in, which is definitely a plus for them. Again, it seems to be a quick B push coming in from the sides of Ren Esports off the back of that off the back of that lockdown being committed. The Sova drone as well, not really spotting out anything, and this is good because Alter Ego, they've expected it. They knew that the lockdown would be in play, and they're just going to be playing the retake here. Napski finding one as Lexi gets caught a bit in the open as the smoke goes away.
Spike planted.
The ult is committed as well from the KO, which is going to make retaking things even more easy as Ayumi finds one, Napski finds one. It's going to be a 2v3 right now on the side of
remaining.
Ren. Players caught out in the open, position known, and it's going to be Napski this time. Another Killjoy with a 4K, but from the side of Alter Ego instead as scores are equalized.
Alter Ego, after losing out so closely on the previous map, they have something to say about it right now. They really want to bring this. They really want to be able to win out on this map here to bring us to map 5. But for now, Napski, we're gonna mention Napski though. 12 kills on the board already, and it's only been 6 rounds and just 3 deaths to a name. She's really looking like a battle killjoy right now. Still has the lockdown at the ready, but on the side of Ren Esports, they do have the null command to work with this coming round.
Again, the ultimates are still available, and Napski does have that lockdown. I think she's had it for a few rounds now. Off the back of this null commando, like you mentioned, Grimmy, they're going to be going in for a fast push here. The Omen ultimate does come through for the backside, but with the recon, it's going to be Napski caught off guard. It's just going to be a 4v5 retake right now as Ali gets the spike. Pushes down Twirly, though she's going to be just waiting for its spawn in case anyone comes through lurking or through. However, it's not going to be happening. The knife catching both the KO and the raise here from Ayumi as they try to make their way back onto the site. A lot of it's really being used to clear methodically corners, but it's not catching the places where the players from Alter Ego, to the side of Brenner are playing here. Already, Mikasi finding one. The HP is not looking very good for a lot of these players here. Ayumi on 1 HP, in fact, as Shirazi tries to get the trade here. Just an Neri right now in this 1v3.
One enemy remaining.
Holding down the fort, finds one, has to find the other.
Last player
It
standing.
seems like it's gonna be happening as the defuse comes through from Ayumi. What a retake from Alter Ego, and they didn't even need the lockdown that they were counting on.
That was, as you mentioned, a really amazing retake coming out on the side of Alter Ego. They just pushed past all that utility spam after it had all worn off, and we gotta mention a Neri that able to find not 1, not 2, but 3 players, I believe, off of that with 1 HP remaining, holding down the fort for Ayumi to get the defuse. And coming into this next round, the Money is not really looking good for them. He's gonna go and go for a fast A hit here, but Neri has something to say about it as she picks up a quick 2K to her name. And right now, it's become a outside of Bren Eastwood, Shirazi trying to even the numbers out with that Marshall though.
Going to be a 2v3 right now as Napski, she's pushed her way through B, so she knows that the players aren't anywhere towards B and mid, and she will be able to catch the rotation as well. Ophelia will be able to spot both these players down, and with the help of Iceberg, takes them down here, bringing Alter Ego to a lead of 2 rounds here. To be fair, that was an equal for the side of Bren. Nevertheless, though, Alter Ego are looking quite strong, and in fact, they're going to be pushing Bren into into a timeout here. Anyway, I think we are also having a little bit of a timeout along with a technical timeout on our side rather than just the one coming in from the side of the players here. But looking at the way Alter Ego are playing, they definitely have something to say about it. The map pick might be that of Bren's, and they might be a little bit ahead here, but Alter Ego, they're not going to let this go away without a fight, and they want to take this to a map fight, clearly looking at the way these girls are playing. And one thing that I really like about them is the aggression that they're showing on A main here. Every single round, you see one of the players push out and go sit in vines. And that's really helping them hold on to the A side, especially with the help of the one ways coming in from Oriophilia. We saw Aneri capitalizing on this aggression last round to take a 2K in. And I think if they can continue this attitude they have of aggression towards A and retakes on B, they can definitely get a really good defensive half at Grimmy.
Yeah, definitely. And with that aggression comes information, right? Because you're pushing out and you have so much information and map control when you practice that aggression, but at the same time you don't want to be over aggressing those places, which I believe in the previous round Napski was doing as well. You see that she had pushed up all the way through B towards tiles, and she had so much information on rotations from mid all through B. So that really helped AEC there to hold down the A side for the team.
Yeah, the technical difficulties are still carrying on though, but that's really good point about the information, Grammy. And ACL, well, you know what they do when they get just a little bit of information. I think so far though, both the killjoys for these two teams are looking incredibly strong here. Napski and Twirly, you especially for Napski, we know what an impactful player she can be here, stepping in for the side of Alter Ego after Tarathiel left this year. She the new fit that she's been finding her footing really well, and I think that we've mostly seen her on initiators, but on Killjoy she's just unstoppable.
That's really true, and it's being proven right here on this map pick right here on Ascent. It I think it's the fact that the Killjoy pick is so strong on Ascent, combined with the fact that Navsky is such an amazing player herself, that if you just combine these two things together, you get whatever we just witnessed just now with Navsky already hitting double digits 6 rounds into the game. So
Yeah, I completely feel that. And this is the thing, right? This is the map that could go either way for both these teams because Alter Ego, they've defeated Brent, but it goes both ways because Brent have also managed to take down Alter Ego on this map here. It was an overtime to be fair, but that's history. This is the now, and it remains to be seen who's gonna take this third clash of the titans that we're having today. This is map number 4 as well, you need to remember, because if Alter Ego lose this, there's gonna be no map number 5. They're gonna be dethroned. They're gonna have to go back to the drawing board and consider where exactly they went wrong today. Because I don't know if losing is a feeling that Alter Ego is really acquainted with, Grammy.
that's true, and the only time that they've ever lost out on is the match against X10 Crit in the main game changer circuit. But even then, they were able to beat them out in a 2-0 fashion. When they had a rematch and coming back into the game, and Mary already good for one with that shot. Already more blood here. She's gonna get cleared out by Mikasi though.
Blinding.
A little bit of overheat coming in from her, and she's gonna be taken down. But Iceberg is still there to hold down the city side. Oriophilia as well coming in with the from the
Last player
shadows, but it's not
standing.
gonna be enough. Oh no, Ayumi gets the flash down, but is not gonna be able to hit the
Spike
shot
planted.
here. Nabsky, she's gonna be left in this 1v2 position. We've seen her win so much before, but can she do it again? Is Turret gonna give away her the information as to her position? Does have the lockdown to work with. If she can clear out lane and B men, she might even be able to invest it here. The recon bolt not gonna be catching her. I think she's just gonna go for the head-on fight. The duo with these players, they're both playing towards the back side though, so that's gonna make her job even more rough. She goes in. does try to hide her sound, but nevertheless, Ali's gonna take her down. And with that, Brenner bringing it back. That long timeout that they got both from the tactical as well from the technical on our side, that's gonna let them reconvene and figure out the tactics here. Looking at the buys right now, both teams have a good economy, but when it comes to ults, definitely it is going to be the side of Bren who are leading the charge here, because even though both teams do have 2 ultimates, both Shirazi and Alexi are only 1 away from theirs. So I think we might be seeing a repeat of one of those rounds where Alter Ego tried to managed to successfully retake. Hopefully Bren have learned their lessons from the last time it went down, and they are going to be probably hitting the B side off the back of that lockdown.
Not if Ineri has something to say about it.
You
The
should
operator
run.
shot able to take out the anti-fragment capacity right there. The lockdown is to go down, and is investor right there. She's really gonna go
Powerless.
Ineri, she's holding this angle, waiting. Then pushed in. Aura Villa, good for 1, good for 2
Spike
on the
down,
Lexi
B.
and Ali. Suddenly, it's a one situation here as Ineri is just able to clean up the round with that operator shot once again.
Last round
7
before the
points
switch.
on the board for AEC right now. Honestly, I thought that the tactical timeout would have kind of stopped their momentum a little bit coming in to these next few rounds, but it seems like it hasn't, because AEC they just won the last round in a really strong manner.
Yeah, strong is the word. I really feel bad that they're so used to the players on the B side playing on site that they didn't bother clearing out main with a flash or even a knife from the KO here. A bit unfortunate. This time that's gonna be Ineri on this A side here. She's gonna be pushing out, but does she know that there are players ready to wait for her? She gets one. The flash comes through. The backup is there. It doesn't work out as Alexi with that flash will find both the Yumi and Ineri, and off the back of that, the E side is almost clear. Warrior Tulia makes her way onto Jen to try and hold the fort down, but the spike, it still hasn't decided clearly where they want to go. Seems like they are considering hitting this A position, but look at B side. It's going to be the Killjoy all the way towards the CT here. Shirley finding the timing onto poor Iceberg as she pulls out the recon at the wrong time. It is going to be an A hit. Warrior Tulia, the last line of defense. Finds one, that
player
spike drop.
standing.
Tries to get the second,
Spike
but
down
fails
A.
as Ali takes her down. It's all in the hands of Navsky with the spike drop.
One
Goes
down.
aggressive, gets one. It's going to be a 1v2 right now, and he doesn't know where these players are. They're both going to be on the B side here.
Bomb
The
grenade
Omen, though, she's going to be using the ult to grab the spike and go back. Again in this 1v2 situation, same as last time she was in
Spike
A touchdown.
planted.
Then can she do it now? That's going to be the question.
Cover going out.
That's true, and she does have the lockdown to work with here, so she might be able to push these players out of the site, but it seems like that is their exactly what their read is right now. They're playing offside, both of them towards the main position, waiting for Navsky's push. Falls out the turret, but Shirazi is the one clean up the round, and that's a 7-5 half. Still in favor of
Switching
AEC,
sides.
but that was exactly what Bren was looking for. Especially, I gotta mention Alexi's flashpoint right there. That was a beautiful flash coming out of her. She's able to capitalize off that by taking out both Ineri and Ayumi, who were kind of playing a little bit too too aggressive there. So really good flash coming out of Alexi there. But as they swap sides, it seems like these players, they're gonna go for some Ghost and a Frenzy in the mix as well.
Yeah, a mixed buy coming in, but we gotta talk about, even though Alter Ego does seem like they have a little bit of an advantage, that was them on defense. Now they'll have to try and make this attack happen. It seems like they are gonna default for a bit, trying to get some mid control off the back of Ineri, charging here. The alarm bot giving away the necessary information. Napsky as well, trying to peek out off the back of the Paranoia. The turret and Nanoswarm starting to push for a bit, but not really doing much. But look, Bren have 2 players towards the back side here. Neri finding one. Knows that there's a second as well. Shirazi getting that kill, but Turley's gonna go down. It's going to be a 3v5 right now as the B side has been taken. Shirazi, though, she's holding down the cross here. Alexi here to help her out as well. The spike, it still has been dropped here. They have to go pick it up from main. And that's going to be what could get them the round. As Shirazi finds a 3rd on the round, still holding strong. Neri has to push out, has to make this happen. Spots one
Last
player,
player
spots a
standing.
second. In fact, Alexi's gonna nevertheless take her down, and Bren bring it back with that beautiful defense here from, especially you have to talk about the plays coming in from Shirazi. She's gonna peek at the perfect time to catch the spike and keep Alter Ego from possibly winning it on time.
That is true, and because the spike it wasn't even dropped in maybe like market or to its lane. It was dropped right at the choke point, and because of that, Brand Esports, they just had so many players watching those angles, and even though that flashpoint came out from Ayumi and it did flash up a few players, but unfortunately they weren't able to convert off of that flash. And coming to this next round, they are gonna have a weaponry. The weaponry advantage here, but Ineri does have a sheriff in hand. No, we have already seen what kind of damage she can do with this weapon.
Yeah, all of us know too well how dangerous an area can be, but she doesn't know where these players are. There's a one-way blocking off her access towards the short area. The recon bolt is going to spot 2 players here, but the fragment from the KO and the paranoia are going to bring a pause to the sequence of events. Ineri already being tagged up quite a bit here. The re-smoke coming through as well. They're gonna be waiting up close, so if they push through, it might be what Alter Ego needs to possibly take these Spectres off the hands of these players. Again, the Knight's not really gonna catch anybody, and Neri finds both of them somehow with the Sheriff headshots coming through. Ayumi picks up the upgrade, and with that, the defense for Ren is looking incredibly weak on this A side here. Oyovilia finds Mikasi as well. Just 2 players left right now, and the upgrade coming to equip as well. Alter Ego really making
One enemy remaining.
making this anti-eco work in their favor here.
And has totally retreated. She's gonna get caught off guard by Orophilia there, who's able to pick up a tricky in the round. But I really gotta mention Ineri there. Those 2 sheriff headshots, it just basically opened up the A side for them. Sure, they had to clear out Mikase, who was playing in A main, but because they had the numbers advantage towards this A site, they were just able to cleanly take that site control and able to get that spike down and a round win as well. So, and off of that, Brand, they don't have the economy to work with coming into this next round.
Yeah, it's going to be just pistols available for them. Well, Ineri has upgraded to that Phantom as well. She's already devastating on a Sheriff. It's only gonna get worse from here as they get an almost free A site. They are gonna be dashing in off the back of the utility being dumped into the drone, the flash, all of it wrecking havoc on the hands of Ren here, who has lost control of the site. It's going to be, in fact, Alexi, who finally stops the bleeding and takes it an area fire right now. The spike has successfully gone down here, and even though an area is down, her Phantom run is not going to be able to take it up. It's going to be
Last player
they're fighting a
standing.
second, fighting 2 in fact. Nafsky closing out the round here, 9-6. Alter Ego looking incredibly strong here on Ascent. It is a map that they have won before, the map that they're really comfortable with, and they're showing it. Look at Orophilia, 13 assists to her name here. To be fair, it's an omen. If you push through the smoke, you do get an assist, but still, nevertheless, that's incredible.
I have no words. I feel like the strat right now is W gaming and Neri go kill. That's all that is. But coming to this next round, it's gonna be rifles coming out for both.
Get out of
teams
my way!
except for, I believe, on Nabsky, who's still holding on to that Spectre here. Also with Frenzy in hand, but Neri with that Blaze, I'm gonna go aggressive down mid here. Just looking for some that she can find with her knives, but the not that
I can't use that. I can't use
your
that.
point is just
I can't use that.
her from being able to use those knives. Oh,
I got the spike.
kill on Mikasi and Alexi.
Spike down B.
Oh my god, but not before Alexi can find Ayumi. So, but right now, AUC, they do have the B side.
Spike
and
planted.
Ren, they have to go for this retake here.
The thing is that all the players from Alter Ego are on this side here. Neri is gonna
One
push off.
enemy remaining.
On the ace here, already 4 kills to her name. Jirazi is gonna put a stop to it, but there's still this 1v3, which he has to somehow clutch out to be able to keep Alter Ego from finding double digits here. It's not just that, it's also the economy for the side of Ren. Does she risk this? Does she try to win it out here, or does she go for the save? It seems like she's just gonna be looking for some exits as she tries to get away off the back of the spike here, finds one, and that's gonna be her trying to save this Phantom here going to this next round.
One enemy
Getting as
remaining.
many exits as she can, finds another to her name. 3 kills for Shirazi with the round is gonna be going to Alter Ego yet again. 10-6 right now, and Mary yet again with the 4K. The ace is gonna be denied. This is the second time we're seeing this off the Bladestorm here. Grammy, we saw her on Icebox getting a 4K again with the 4K this time. It's amazing.
It's okay. It's always amazing to watch Neri dominate these lobbies with whatever weaponry she has, be it the sheriff, the bladestorm, a rifle, and it's enough to trigger the timeout call from the side of Ren Esports. They have to be able to stop this bleeding right here before Alter Ego, so that they get to run away with this map. They're already at double digits, and they only have 2 more rounds as buffer rounds here. So they really have to find a way to stop this aggression from coming in.
Yeah, that's the key word here. They're not able to hold strong on defense because Alter Ego, they're so aggressive and it's paying off for them in spades here. We saw it last time from Mineri as well as she decided to push in. She went in with the Bladestorm. You could see her trying to pull it out again through the suppression. But nevertheless, Bladestorm or Phantom is going to be Mineri clicking those heads, taking space and getting sights for her team. Fantastic job so far by Alter Ego, and look at that. We saw her on 30 last map. She's already on 24 this time. And there's still like a reasonable amount of space for her to traverse here to possibly get more. On the opposite side, it seems like Mikasi is having a bit of a tough time here. Really unfortunate because I think that she wasn't playing for the last 2 maps, so she will have to buck it up a little bit to make sure that Ren, they can possibly close this out to 3-1 here. They are on the card to make history. In the meantime, it's going to be Twirly who's caught off guard by that beautiful fragment thrown in from Ayumi, getting the kill off of that. Shirazi gets the trade. Shirazi getting 2, in fact, trying to keep the dream alive for the side of Ren here. The upgrades being picked up, and Napski, she's on the ground.
Fury isn't get caught by Ali, and she picks up the kill onto Neri, but Aureophilia trades the numbers back. It's right now. Numbers even as the Hour Drone comes out from the side of Ren Esports. They're looking to go for this aggressive push, but trying to step away in the guard, and Aureophilia finds the kill onto Shirazi as well, and all up to Ali in the situation. As the frenzy in hand, gonna take a little bit of chip damage from the Nano Swarm there. Bullets in that Vandal, but unfortunately unable to convert that kill as Napski takes her out with a headshot of her own.
That is really unfortunate there for poor Shirazi. She does manage to hold it down, but it's a little bit too overeager. I think she saw the wallbang headshot coming through and she was really hungry for the kill. However, the weapon disadvantage doesn't help her out. And more than that, Ali, she picks up the Vandal, but I don't think she noticed that there were only 3 bullets in it. Either way, Alter Ego, they do win that round. Ren's economy has been reset here. They're gonna be going in for an aggressive P push right now. Finding 2 already. Alexa getting the trade, but it might not be enough here. The Odin coming through. Finding a Yubi, in fact. Iceberg will be able to get the trade, and more than that, the resurrection as well on the KO. She's gonna be back up with Aureophilia on the backside getting the plant. Just 2 players left right now for the side of Ren. And it looks like Alter Ego are very, very likely to take it to match point.
That's true. Our drone coming out on the side of AEC as well to gain more information on where these 2 remaining shades are. Both of them are playing from a key position, but Napski is waiting for Market, waiting with this crossfire for the push here. Really, Opa extends a little bit and picked up by Aureophilia. Napski cleans up the round on Shirazi, and it's match point for AEC.
1 away from taking it to map number 5. 5 rounds in a row for Alter Ego to make this statement here that they don't want to be dethroned. They are going to push it to a map 5 and probably take it 3-2 here. We've seen this kind of performance coming in from them before. When the going gets tough, the tough get going, and it's going to be Napski who steps it up, in fact, this game. For the last 3, it's been Neri and Ayumi doing their best to propel Alter Ego forward, but this time it's Napski joining the charge here. Again, They seem like they're gonna be defaulting a little bit. Alexi finding one, but Oreo is quickly there for the trade. That's going to be mid, still held on. Mikasi is going to be the next point of contact. Gets one, expects the other. In fact, the flashpoint though is gonna catch her off guard, but she's still fully blinded. Gets the flick, pulls out the showstopper as well. But Iceberg, she's just waiting for her here. Twirly and Ali, the last two players left to try and keep the hopes of Bren alive here, as the spike should be going down any second. The lockdown has been invested as well to make sure the spike plan goes down successfully. Both players from Alter Ego stuck on side as they have to defend.
From the shadows being top, they need some information, and now that they know that Iceberg is gonna be playing towards a boathouse. Rico so
One
a little
enemy
bit of
remaining.
time here, none of myself, but Iceberg able
Last
to convert it
player
to onto
standing.
Twirly. Shirazi is left for the trade. Iceberg 10 health right now, and Shirazi picks up the headshot kill onto her, able to touch out that round for a team and keep the hope alive for Brand Esports.
You forget your
I believe they
place.
call it an overkill. Poor Iceberg was just one bullet away from any gun, wallbang or otherwise from her demise. But it's gonna be Shirazi not taking any chances as she just close it out. That clutch coming through for her. And thing is that the economy is still looking very, very rough for Bren here. You are going to be seeing a Bulldog as well as two players on light armor. On the opposite, Alter Ego Celeste, they're kind of chilling. They do know that they're on match point. They have the economy, they have the firepower, and they also have the Hunter's Fury from Iceberg off the back of them down here. So as long as they can get the spike down, it might be the difference maker they need. Shirazi going in for an early peek here off the path of that one way, trying to take down Inari, but doesn't really succeed there.
Cover going
Yeah, they
out.
haven't gone into this A side yet, but off the back of the fragment, it seems like that is what they want to do here. The push coming in, it's gonna be Inari finding the first kill though. Inari getting the second as well, and she's on fire here. To spot out the third player as well. Twirly gets one against Inari. She's gonna get the third as she
player
flicks onto
standing.
Mikasi's head there. Just a KO left right now. Does have the no command to work with, but if she doesn't, that's gonna give her position away. They'll know exactly
Spike
where she is,
planted.
being able to triangulate it off there. And in the meantime, it's gonna be a player coming up short as well to try and take her down. That's Inari playing with her food here. Alexi
Attackers
turns,
win.
but it's too late as Navsky takes her down. And with that, we are going to be heading into map number 5. Alter Ego taking Ascent, even though it's not their map pick. And that's going to be the decider split coming through, I believe. Grammy, what a performance from these teams here.
Definitely, and I think after they lost Icebox, Alter Ego, they just had something to say about that. So they just really showed a dominant performance on this map of Ascent. Even though you mentioned it wasn't a map pick and Icebox was instead, they were like, well, maybe we'll lose on Icebox. It doesn't matter because we just bring it right back onto Ascent anyway.
Well, we did talk about a 5-mapper, and thanks to both the teams, we are going to witness a 5-mapper. Congratulations for a strong map coming in from the side of Team Alter Ego. They never lost the lead. They were pretty aggressive every single time, and I did like the change of the role of Alexi happening. We have seen her going initiator without a doubt, but being in the mid somewhere, going for ups and downs and saving the rounds and giving the apt information, I do believe she did everything, and she was doing everything for other players to accumulate those skills and later on the rounds. Now, what are your predictions, Zach, for the 5th map, which is supposedly without a doubt split, and Brent is going to start on the defender's side?
I mean, Split is a map where defense is favored, but more than my predictions, I'm more interested to see which 5 players Bren is going to be bringing in, because we saw Mikasi play the 1st and the 4th map for the side of Bren, both of which they kind of lost. I'm not saying it's her fault, but it seems like the original fight that they had on map number 2 and 3 might be what Bren need to take Split home here. And I'm really hoping that's the case, because the Bren that we've seen today, it's one of the strongest performances I've seen coming in from them so far, holding their own against a team like Alter Ego, and in fact, outshining them on several maps here. It remains to be seen if they can do it on Split. But before we head into map number 5 and possibly talk about statistics for them, and before we head into a break, Remy, do you have anything to say?
All I'm gonna say is I'm really looking forward to the 5th map right here on Split. I'm looking for an exciting performance from both teams, so keep it coming, I guess.
There's something, Remy, here on paper. Split is going to be one of the strongest map for Alter Ego, and they are starting on the defender side where they have got more win ratio statistically. So, are they going to continue to prove their statistics right? Because they have done very good, and Brent Esports not letting an inch loose. So, it is going to be 2-2, and now the decider. I do believe we are going to hit to OT if at all the strings are left loose from the side of Alter Ego. But before that, here we go ahead with the agent selection.
It is going to be, like you mentioned, Alter Ego starting off on defense. And regarding that, they're going to be heading into a double Sentinel comp. They do have the Sage and the Killjoy coming in. And Neri this time switching to the Raze here. Probably the best choice of duelist for the map of Split. Ayumi on Smokes and Iceberg. She's going to be switching to the Breach, which I'm really interested to see.
Breach. That is going to be very interesting without a doubt. And if we look at the agent composition, which is quite too typical of the Split, the basics, no new agents involved here. And on the other side, if you have a look at Brent, are they trying to go ahead mirror exactly? If not, Alexi going in as a Jet now. They have to counter Neri the duelist, which is going to be very tough. And Neri on the role of Raze is one of the biggest threat coming in from the side of Alter Ego.
Mikasi hasn't been having much success on the Raze, but perhaps she'll find more today as she takes up the Breach here. It seems like a mirror
Choose your
comp coming in
agent.
from both these teams, apart from the pick of Duelist, as I've mentioned. Alexi, though, she is one of those players you can't really count out on that Jet. The question is, when it comes to Split, this is a map where both teams, statistically at least, like you mentioned, Tanya, they do have, an equivalent win rate, I would say. However, though, for the side of Alter Ego, they've already faced Bren before on this very same map, and the time that they did, I think it was 13-2 in their favor. They absolutely dominated them. I think they had a perfect defense half as well, 12-0, before they managed to, close it out 13-2. So definitely, Bren, they might be feeling the PTSD coming in from that particular map there. They have made some changes in their comp, though, which I'm pretty excited to see whether they can capitalize on it. But what do you think Brent should do on attack here to try and steal it away from Alter Ego to get as many rounds as they can?
They are winning the rounds when they are 5-stack pushing in, and if they are able to do it, because for the defender, sure, Split is a map a little bit defensive sider, but I would say 5-stack push is only thing that cannot allow Alter Ego to resist in either ways, because they are also always going to follow the Split. One player taking care of the mid, 2 on A, 2 on B, or somewhere the Split can be 3-1. So if 5-stack push coming in, even after the trades, they are going to be in a plus situation where they are going to be planting the spike. Now rest remains on retake. How many players do they lose before planting the spike is going to create an exact momentum. Without any delay, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the final mapper. This is the 5th mapper, Brent Esports versus Alter Ego for ROG Showdown Series Valorant, Women Valorant Tournament. And here
The first kill has already come through well with using that, with Alexi finding the headshot onto a Neri there. First blood not going in Neri's favor. That's a new look for them. They'll be holding down this mid, will spot out 2 players and will be forced off the angle here. Does find some backup though in A Heaven. But never mind, it's going to be Alter Ego who take it. In fact, Ash, they get hunted down this A Heaven. It's going to be like, it seems like the split push is not really working out in their favor. Just 2 players left right now from the side of Ren. Alexi does have that Sheriff to work with, but Ayumi, she's going to be in the smoke here, playing super close. And she hasn't been cleared out either, so that is going to be Alexi taken down, all in the hands of just the Omen. Shirazi finding one. We've seen how instrumental she can be in clutching things up, but this is a lot to ask from her. She has to find all 3 players before the timer runs out. I think she expects that there might be one lurking towards mid, but she doesn't clear it out in Iceberg. She's just going to be holding here, waiting to see what she can do. Spots her out, in fact. Tries to get the shot, but whiffs. That's going to be Shirazi finding 2. 30 HP still left on her. The clock's steadily ticking right now, as it seems like she has to make her way to site here. Tries to go for the defuse, but Ayumi's lying in wait. The 3k on the round. That's going to be the Omen diff, and Alter Ego taking the first here. Really unfortunate there for the side of Ren. They did the right call in falling back to A Heaven, but I don't think they expected the really aggressive push coming in from both Iceberg and Ayumi there through vents.
A 5-stack push is all that is needed on the map of Split to break down the flaw of the map, we can call it, to avoid any defender-sided play. But now, heading onward to the second round here, we are going to see a total of 4 Spectres. Ayumi holding the Sheriff with a triple already in the previous round. How many more is he going to get? He is already pushed to the garage. Flash. And that flash is pushed there the way. Aftershock utilized. It is going to be Shirazi and Alexi getting one dragon in their name. And Aurelia is going to take down Alexi. They are outnumbered, but they are also low on hit.
2v2 right now.
One enemy
It
remaining.
out with the help of that Ghost, Aureophilia, and Iceberg left in this 1v2. Aureophilia finds the 4th on the round though to close it out, and what looked incredibly scary for the side of Bren for a second, for the side of Alter Ego for a second, well, it's going to be Aureophilia who is the hero of this round here. And really nice shots coming in from Alexi, and to hold down B main for so long, especially with all the utility being dumped in their direction. But nevertheless, they are going to take the anti-eco. This time though, it's Alter Ego trying to convert this bonus here, and it seems like it seems like the side of Bren have heard you, Tanya. They are going to be heading towards this ace site here. However, they have to deal with both the Killjoy and the Breach here, both of whom have utility that can have incredible stalling potential. They do seem like they just want to run into the site on A, already having control of elbow, but Mikasi, she's going to make a Neri pay for it, getting
One
the first
enemy
blood of the
remaining.
round, getting 4 in
Spike
fact
down
somehow,
A.
as she takes down just one player left. Nabsky does manage to find hitting onto Mikasi, but it's going to be Curly who falls as well to a Sheriff. It's 3 somehow on the round, but Zinni's going to close it out, and it looked like an ace possibly for Mikasi. They're holding it down from elbow, but Alter Ego, they do lose the bonus, but still make it expensive for Bren.
Pretty expensive. Nabu with the positioning, getting those triple. Well, I did believe for a while that she has the Qum that Vandu got one, shall be able to get another, but it's never too easy to fight off double peak there. 1:2. 2 ultimates already ready on the side of Brent Esports. On the counter, we do have a lockdown ready for the players of Alter Ego. If you talk about the weaponaries, we have seen a Guardian in the mix for Alter Ego. Let's see how it is going to pan out. Once again, a 5-stack push. The stack they're not rushing to the main. They are rushing for the heaven.
Alter Ego trying to make the most of the control which they've
Right
gotten.
there.
They do have a heaven in their favor, but the problem is on the side because they have to deal with all this Killjoy utility. They're going to be converging on Twirly though from 3 sides, and Neri will eventually find that kill. With that Killjoy being taken down, it's going to be the A side open. Ayumi as well holding the cross here with that Guardian. Does a lot of damage to Alexi, who still stays alive. That's going to trigger the wall coming through. The Breach ult being committed for this retake here. The Judge not really finding anything as Neri finds the second
One
of the
enemy
round.
remaining.
Ayumi and Iceberg cleaning it up here. It's just one player, Zinni, who takes down Navspeed, but Alter Ego take the 3rd round as well. These things are looking really rough for Bren because that's going to put them in a rough spot, economically at least. They're not going to have money for a buy.
They don't have rough economy indeed, and now it is going to be double sheriffs with the triple classic here. Now this is going to be a very tough round, and will they be able to pull off a thrifty? It's going to be a question with the momentum that Alter Ego has already proclaimed for themselves. From the shadows already available, but I do believe they're not going to use it because they are already pushing in always for the heaven, but this time they are looking a little committed towards side B. To the mid. What to do? Fight on time, man. The players are
Spike
falling
down,
like
mid.
trees, converting into a 3v3 affair. Pushing into the sewers. One paranoia leaves no effect. And 40 Oreo failure with the sheriff.
Shirazi left with that Judge.
One
So
enemy
important.
remaining.
Natsuki,
Last
she
player
finds
standing.
one. Shirazi though, she's gonna have the 3k. Ayumi picks up the spike from the shadows, so that's gonna make it a 1v1 right now as she makes her way for the plant. Does get it out in the open, and will have enough time to reposition to wherever she chooses to. Goes for the heaven play, in fact, and that could be really important here because it seems like while Shirazi does have the upgrade, she doesn't have much in the way of utility to play with. She does have a teleport. She also does have she she just has a smoke to work with. She doesn't have the teleport or the paranoia
Cover going
necessary
out.
here. Making her way slowly onto side, and Ayumi, she's gonna have heaven control still. She's trying to catch the possible push from mid coming in, but that's not gonna be what Shirazi is doing. Timer is running out here, and she has to go for this diffuse soon. Puts down a smoke and tries to stick half here. This is a really, really risky play coming in, and it seems like it might work out because the spray doing from Ayumi doesn't work out, and Shirazi with the 4K, 3 on the judge, 1 with the Vandal is gonna make the thrifty happen for Bren. Wow.
Just wow, Shirazi pulling a quadra for herself, saving the round and winning a thrifty. That is all that team could have asked for from Shirazi. Just a perfect round. And are they heading for an equalizer? And now we are going to head in for the next. Well, what do we look at here? A resurrection, a lockdown, and we do have Nabubai taking care of the spike here. Well, let's see how are they trying to go ahead, commit here. There is a split of 3:2. 3 players try to rush in towards side A. Oreo trying to take care of the mid. Alongside Oreo, there's also going to be a support here. Through the sewers, players are going in for the flank, and gradually they are going to make a move.
Placing swarm grenade.
Swarm grenade sent to push the opponents away, but little do they know there's nobody there in the mail room, near to the mail room at least.
4 players towards mid here, trying to gain control of B Heaven, but they're not going to get it for free because there's both the Breach and the Sage waiting for them. And with that, Alter Ego have committed a lot of utility, and in their mind gain ground, but it's not going to be amount to much here. The Sage Wall barrier orb again going to put a stall to any kind of push they want to make in towards B. They might be forced to head towards this A site instead. It is just a Killjoy there after all, but they seem to be stuck here in a bit of a pause situation. Going towards B Heaven here, Zinni, she will be pushing out aggressively as the barrier orb breaks, and Alter Ego, well, they're going to reposition to B main as they try to make this execute work. Just 35 seconds left on the clock, and they still have to deal with Alexi here. She's holding the super aggressive position, and if they don't clear
30
it out,
seconds left.
it's going to be really, really rough for them. She has to dash to work with as well, so she might be able to get one and fall back. That Aftershock, though, isn't really going to find anything here, as Alexi with a straight on finds
Spike
two and is able
down
to
B.
dash away safely. The spike is dropped as well, and it seems like Shirazi and Zinni have this side on lockdown. There's no time.
1
12 seconds
enemy
left on the
remaining.
clock, and it's not going to amount to anything as Alexi, after that failed Aftershock, holds strong and gets that 3rd round for Brent with that 3K.
An equalizer is all they wanted. Regain the momentum. With the regain of momentum, they've got 3 ultimates ready. On the counter as well, they have got exactly same, except for Eco Crash coming in with 5 sheriffs. And I have always mentioned that Alter Egos are the masters of thrifty. Let's see if they're going to pull it, because Shirazi has raised the bars over being the last player surviving, defusing, and pulling that thrifty with 4K. Players committed towards the garage. Icebox will initiate with the fourth line. Indeed, yes.
Eco though, and Harry with that sheriff, we've seen how much damage she can wreck here. Also has that showstopper to play with if she wants, her giving away her position. It's going to be Alexi who finds her though with that clean headshot as she reloads just a bit too much in the open. 4 players left right now for Alter Ego. They didn't come in. The resurrection as well. The last one, Alexi desperately trying to stay alive as Ophelia comes at her with the sheriff. Doesn't manage to do so. Twirly taking down Napski in the meantime with that clean headshot. Alter Ego, they want to make this round as expensive as possible for the side of Red here. Ayumi taking out Zinni as well. That's going to be a 3v2 advantage towards Alter Ego. He's still holding
remaining.
down the 4th, finding Shirazi, and that's going to be the B side open, calling in the reinforcement, the rotations from the rest of her teammates. Just the Killjoy left. Twirly, we saw her find 1, but can she find more? I don't know if it's possible here, because Alter Ego are going to have all the time in the world to get the plant down and play post-plant.
There's nothing much more that can be done except for lockdown being saved, I believe. She's not going to push in and use out. Going 1v3 for Twirly is not difficult whatsoever, but still risking an ultimate, investing in ultimate is also not an option as of now. And it is a thrifty coming in from Ayumi, not with a 4K though, with 2 more players alive and kicking. And a lead, a point of lead from the side of Alter Ego. And now we are going to see the next round immediately. Momentum regain or no, not sure, but Thrifty versus Thrifty is exactly how everything is going to pan out. 5-stack push is amicable at this point of time. They all are trying to push in there. And look at the side A for the defenders. All the utilities placed right on time. 2 players taking care of side A. I do believe one near to the lines, ropes. And yeah, there are going to be total of 3 players to take care of.
Off your
This is
feet!
a really, really good read coming in from Brim because they know they have the showstopper as well as the other elements of Rolling Thunder available, and they're going to be playing up close to capitalize on it. They're going to get 2, in fact, for their troubles. 3 with the aftershock coming in from Mikasi, leaving just 2 players for the side of Alter Ego alive here off the back of that beautiful read coming in. You really have to commend them. Like, if you look at the sequence of events there, while Alter Ego tries to reorganize, they put down the barrier orb. They expected the Rolling Thunder showstopper combo. They've seen it before, but they're not going to let it happen because off the back of all that stall, it is going to be Brent finding 3 kills to get the round in their favor. Sure, they did lose their Sage, but it's everything they needed to try and make it work. The only issue is that with that, they've completely left the B side open here. It might not be the worst thing in the world because they still do have a numerical advantage, and it seems like Alter Ego, they just want to go in for the plant. They do have a lot of utility, the Killjoy lockdown, the turret, alarm bot, and of course both nanoswarms still available. With that, they should at least be able to get the plant in and possibly try to play post plant.
30 seconds left.
The retake attempt from Brent, it will have to succeed here and succeed very strongly because they don't know how much control Alter Ego has gotten across the map. They will have to clear out all of these angles and all of these corners really meticulously, which might buy them even more time.
Time? Well, the clock is ticking now. Time is of the essence. And look at the positioning of 2 players. Lockdown, Paranoia. Paranoia was saved, but from the shadows that is activated from the side of Running Sports now. And let's see. The ropes is going to push down himself and
One enemy remaining.
And now
Last
here comes
player
the step.
standing.
Now 1 versus 1 will be the situation. Does Ayumi has it that is required to save one more round for herself? Delays the defusal, sticking for the half, and here comes the end with the triple. Ayumi once again gains 1 round here with a 2-point lead.
That was a fantastic conversion coming in from the players of Alter Ego here. Napsky especially getting that 3K was so instrumental there. You know, I think they expected her to be towards main here. The information not really coming out clearly from the shadow, so they did not expect her to be playing that aggressively. But this is rule number 1. When you're playing in a 2v4, you will want to, you know, try and get that first pick to make sure that you reduce the advantage that your opponent team has here. And Napsky and Ayumi did that to perfection, played off each other so perfectly. And with that, it seems like Bren is going to be calling for a timeout here. It seems like for Alter Ego, the 5-stack push isn't working out so much, but the slow play is, and I think we will be seeing more of that coming into the next round because on a map like Split, when you have such tight corners, a judge or any kind of slowing utility such as the slow orbs from the Sage or the fault line from the breach is going to buy so much time and possibly catch a lot of your players in an off position here. It's not really a very good idea, and I think Alter Ego have realized that. They might probably be opting to take things a little bit slower, build upon the lead they've gotten and the momentum they have at the end of this timeout here.
Timeout is going to end in no time. We are heading for the next round. Players do look a little committed towards side B, and having a look on side B, they do have 1 player to take care of it. It is going to be Shiradzi. The player to reach on the double digit with a Marshall, and the players are on the move. Side A is all there, only with the utilities now. Charlie is not being it better enough. No cost, she would want the site under control
Cover going
from the
out.
side of Alter Ego because regaining the site is going to be one of the most difficult scores for the day. Marshall shots again, delivering a bit of damage, but no casualties as of now. Nabuba is heading for the heaven. Turret will be destroyed.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
This is hitting out the utility now.
Barrier towards mid is going to give away that there's at least 2 players playing there from the different gun sprays available. And Alter Ego, after making noise across the map, are still going to be going in, regrouping for this A push here, with 2 players heading towards the ramps. The rest of them on Ayumi calling that side is free are gonna be able to get the plant down. Alexi though will be catching Iceberg off guard, and that is one weapon and one pick that they can really use here. In the meantime, they still have to somehow make this retake work. Oriophilia playing in this corner, holding a crossfire with the player on the side here. They have so much ground to retake, and it looks very, very tough right now on the side of Ren. They do have the resurrection available to work with if they want to. They have to clear out this corner first, though, and they're going to be able to take down Inari. No more resurrection on the board, though. Navsky has to push out this at the right time to find the timing here.
One enemy
She's going to
remaining.
TP up, but catch Alexi off guard again with the TP coming through. This time it's not going to work. Navsky is going to find her. Navsky is there for the trade. And with that beautiful silent lurk from Ayumi as she pushes into the A side, Alter Ego finds 6.
Alter Ego creating the lead to double, and Ayumi in particular, the clutch master for the team, will not stop even for a single second. Though this round, it was all about the team support and the perfect utility usage, gradual side entry, and there's much more that can be done, and we have seen Alter Ego achieving much more that they have done on the map of Split. But a good competition delivered from the side of Red Esports as well. 5-stack push attempt coming in from sides of Alter Ego, and Twirly this time is going to take care of guys. Here we go, and Terry taking some satchels and pushing away the players. I don't know how helpful is that going to be, because the players are going to go for the rotation through the sewers towards the mid. Are they aware? Mid is already under control.
Uncontested is the word, in fact, for mid, because nobody is going to be playing there. I think Alter Ego, realizing that last time they faced the barrier Orban A, there were 3 players there, they're going to be opting to go for a rotate instead. And I like this play coming in from Bren. They're not going to be contesting mid here. They just want to make sure that they can hold on to the sides, and that's not a bad tactic at all, especially when you're playing against a team like Alter Ego, which loves to play together. Definitely capitalizing on that. Oriophilia holding down B main in case there's a lurk coming. It seems like they want to make their way towards the B side so far. The alarm bot is going to give away information though, and they might choose to book it back towards the A side if necessary. It's not going to be the case though, as they go teleport towards the back of B side. Ayumi will be forced to fall back, and now that the information has come through, they are going to be heading forward. Ayumi and Neri don't take so much space for their team there, making it a 3v5 immediately. Nowski taking down Zinni as well, closing off main, which means the 2 players coming through there, well, they're not going to be finding much. It might be better for them to just go in for exit frag.
One enemy remaining.
Here. But Inari, she doesn't seem like she wants to let that happen. Just Alexi left right now in this 1v5 here.
Not so casual, a tough situation, a tough position, giving some random pot shots, flashes, all the utilities being used, but Jet has got her own plans. Aneri has
No charges left.
There's nothing much more that can be done at this point of time, and she's going to save her weapon for the best into the upcoming round. Let's hope she's going to get those required frags. And like saving her fountain. Let's see how the saving is going to end up giving her the best of results, because this is one of the players to watch out for as always. And Lexi giving the best of performances without a doubt, and on Jet she has never been too slow in performance, and now there's going to be 2 marshals adding up, Shirazi and Twirly. On the counter, we do have all ARs being spotted, and look at the economy. Even if they lose this, they still have a full buy round, maybe followed by that as well. But talking about Brent Esports, they are starting to struggle at this point of time by being 4 rounds behind of what Alter Ego are.
To be fair, the map is split, and it is a map, especially with a comp that both these teams are running, is rather defensive sided. And Alter Ego, they're proving that that's not the case though, as they rush forward here. This time it's going to be a pretty fast B execute. They are going to be playing for retake, I believe, the players from Ren here, as the smokes come down along with the rest of the utility. Oriophilia waiting for the spike to come through, try and plant it as they hold onto the side here. The rotation though from Bren is coming in really quickly here, and it might even keep the spike from going down because of the hesitation from Alter Ego. They might have waited too long here, because the control from Bren, they're just waiting for a mistake from Alter Ego. If somebody pushes a bit too aggressively, that's going to be them paying for it. The lockdown coming through as well is going to have to force the pillars from Alter Ego off the side here. The kills coming through from Oriophilia though are perfect here. The
Spike
trade's
down,
quick.
B.
The spike is still dropped on the B side, but at least these players will be able to pick up some upgrades. Make that a 2v3 right now. The retake attempt is on. Napski does have that lockdown if she wants to invest it. And it might be necessary here because Mikasi is
30
on fire,
seconds left.
finding 2 with the share. Sayumi right now left in this 1v2, but Zinni will get the better of her. And that hesitation from Alter Ego, that's going to be proving
Last
their
round
undoing
in
on
the
this
half.
round here. Even though they got the B side, they decided to wait for a bit too long, and the backup came charging in here. Mikasi, the hero of that round, with her 2k on the Sheriff. Wow, what a performance.
If at all the score ends up to 7-5, it is going to be a commendable work, and the momentum can be achieved on the attacker's side as well. But if it is 8-4, still doable, but it is going to be very tough because Alter Ego on the defender side are even more playing on the edge, fearlessly, brutally. And talking about brutalness, I do see 4 players pushing in through a main, so Ascent by Zinni. Zinni was able to save the previous round without a doubt with a triple, and Smoke right on place to not go blind push. Ayumi through the sewers as well, rejoin their group, and it is going to be a 5-stack push, except for Ineri once again trying to go for the heavy run. Satchel out.
The lockdown is going to be invested from the side of Alter Ego here as they try to make their way onto this A site. And Neri tossing her satchels to make sure nobody is playing in any cheeky positions with a possible judge here. Napski finding Alexi off the back of that, and that is going to be the A site available for Alter Ego to try and get the plant down. With the help of that barrier, they are even going to be able to get an open plant here. And now all they have to do is play post plant. Ayumi trying to reposition to get that paranoia in perfect place, but Mikasi, she has anything to say about it. It's going to be Alter Ego not getting another notch onto their belt here. Shirazi fighting 2 off the back of that, just Oriophilia left right now in this 1v2 situation. No utility, no resurrection available. Already half the diffusers come through. Bros are fake, baby, and that's gonna be Ben taking this round here away from the hands of Alter Ego, with Mikasi again proving to be the force that can change
Switching
things.
sides.
It's like she heard me when I said she needed to step up, and she is going to step the hell up and take Bren to a 5-7 score.
Zinni, though, even on concussion, she was able to pull that frag, which wasn't easy at all, and gave a good fight until the end. But 7-5 is the score line. Sides are switched. Pistol round it is. Who is going to make the pistol round work in their favor? And now there's something unique happening. It is going to be a 3-2 split. 2 looks dedicated on site. It did not, unlike of what you use, dump some utilities and go for the rotation, doesn't look likely to me. On the contrary, we do see 3 players moving towards site PK, and the spike responsibility will still be in the hands of Shirazi, doing perfect work whatever she is in, and no double peak. They're not going to risk.
Yeah, it seems like Alter Ego, they're going to be chilling for a bit. A-side is controlled by the Killjoy utility here, but Napski nevertheless wants to be playing a little bit aggressively. He is going to be watching the cross, in fact, from this angle, if they can get her off of it, if she flashes and goes for it enough. It seems like Ren do want to go in for an A-split here, and Napski's position, it could either be really good or really bad, depending on how the push comes through. The turret is going to be watching Heaven. Iceberg trying to give her a little bit of assistance, but the dash is too good and the frenzy too powerful, as both Zinni and Alexi find those first couple kills for them to be able to take the side here. It is still 3 players left alive for Alter Ego, and Oriophilia, she's gonna be finding 2 in fact somehow. The late push coming in was gonna be Ayumi finding Zinni. Shirazi there for the trade though. Shirazi finding 2 in fact, and it's just gonna be a Neri who has to somehow clutch it out here. Paint shells not really doing any damage as she tries to stick the diffuse. Will be spotted out, and she has to somehow hit these 2 headshots in precision. The double peek attempt coming in. It's going to be very difficult for her to clutch it out. Gets 1, but Twirly will get the perfect trade as she re-peeks. And with that, Bren seem like they're on track here to get that equalizer, assuming they can win the anti-eco.
Will they win it? Assumption is easy, executing is pretty difficult. Let's see how the execution takes place. Here we go ahead with 5 Spectres and a full shield on the counter. We do have Ayumi with the shorty and Eneri with the frenzy. And Neri with the raise, that is going to be the asterisk mark there, because she's amazing playing a raise here. And Split is one of the map where I personally do enjoy a lot of showstoppers, and I believe I'm going to see some by the end of this match. At the side of map, 5-stack push already, Heaven's push coming in from the side of Alexi, nobody to watch.
Here.
Heaven, at least not yet, quite too far away. I do see yes. Here comes Crystal and a push. Well, now is going to hold all patiently. And here we go, Mikasa through the heaven. The art of the and the position taken down to
One enemy remaining.
What is currently up to the players are literally the shredding machines right now from Brent Esports, and it's all up to the last player remaining. 1 versus 4. Saving isn't going to be an easier job, and there's nothing to save as well. Survival is not for the fittest at this point of time.
It is going to be just one player on side of Alter Ego here, trying to knife the barrier or by Yumi. She's gonna be caught out as well, and then they don't want to let this go for free. Trying to hunt her down here, she will be forced off. Trying to get the reload in with the shorty. Ren though, they want to try and keep every single Spectre they have alive into the next bonus round, and they finally will find a frag, and they managed to get 4. They managed to stay alive, 4 of them, keeping the Spectres in hand, equalizing scores here. And this is really, really important, because on a map like Split, if you are, trying to play together, or at least on this bonus round, if you do manage to get a couple of picks, that's still going to work. But on Split, at least, the conversion rate, when you look at the bonus round, it's one of the highest for any maps, and that is because of all the tight angles which are available here on this particular map. And it seems like Brent, they want to capitalize on that. They won the first 2 rounds with a gorgeous Split, but this time they're just going to be W keying into the A side. The issue is they have all that Killjoy utility to deal with.
Once again, the same pattern is still working, except for Nabubai taking care of the site in particular. And now she might be able to get 1 frag, and 1 frag is also going to get counted for push through the main. Are they aware about the position though? It's going to be a question. Let's do the good angle. Shall be able to take down yet. Instead, she is dished with a lot of damage.
No charges down.
And here we go. Going back for 0 with the Sheriff has taken down 1 player. No vision to block, but there are going to be some swarm grenades to delay the push.
Last player standing.
Outnumbered, and once again, the same position. Last Ayumi will not be able to survive it. And they take the lead on the attacker side.
That bonus really, really working out. I called it. If you're pushing with Spectres, you better go fast and you better go hard. And that's exactly what Bren just steal the round away from Alter Ego Celeste, who are going to be pushed into an eco right now. Only Sheriffs on the board here. And it seems like this might be history in the making, Talia. Alter Ego have never lost a final before. In fact, I think the last time these 2 teams faced off in a best of 5, it was a 3-1 in Alter Ego's favor, but Bren are looking unstoppable right now on this map of Split here. Definitely, a lot of work has been put in, especially when it comes to strategies here. This time, again, the patience coming in from Bren is hugely commendable as they wait before they make their way onto site. Ayumi here, she's going to start things off with a very clean headshot. Trade is nevertheless there, but it might not be enough there. Nasty trying to hold down mid, but gets caught reloading in the open.
Planted.
Twilly does take her down. That's going to be a 3v4 retake. Shirazi really low
Player
here,
standing.
but nevertheless, it's going to be Shirazi who is the hero of the round. Just 1 player left for Alter Ego, making her way through mid. So late, she might be able to pick up the rifle from Napsky, who did take it from the other player, but it might not be enough. Iceberg only a classic to work with, knows the position of 1 player towards the backside, doesn't know where the rest of them are, and that turret is ready to give the information away as well. If she goes any further, he's going to be caught, and Twirly is going to take her down. With that, 9-7, Bren taking the lead here. This next round is going to prove to be one of the most important ones, Tanya, because the eco is back for Alter Ego, but it's the last chance, because if they do lose this, they're not going to have much left to work with.
A crucial round, sure, and Eco, they are going to fall into the trap of round 0 Eco once again if they're not able to make it. And creating a lead of 2 points, the scoreline was 7-5. A while ago, a few minutes ago, they have converted it to 9-7. And Shirazi being the top fragger here out of all 10 players, Omen playing the better show here from the shadows or with the paranoia. But they both have ready their ultimates. How are they willing to use it? And there's some change of plans. I do believe Shirazi is going to go send some false alarm and fake it out, and that is when exactly other players are going to play on the side A. If that is how it is going to work, it is going to be again one more round for the favor of Team Brent Esports, and they are going to enter into the double digit club because AEC is falling for this trap.
That we're gonna be having a little bit of a timeout here, really good timeout in fact, that works out for Alter Ego. I don't know if it was intended or not, but nevertheless it is going to be what they need to possibly put a halt to the momentum that Bren is surely but slowly building up. They've gotten 4 rounds so far in this attacking half, and they're looking incredibly strong here. I think something that really works out for them is them being able to find that initial first pick onto either A Heaven or the B side here. A Heaven especially is looking incredibly weak for Alter Ego because they're playing Navsky on the site, and once they lose control of Heaven, it seems like Ren is just able to surround poor Navsky on 3 sides after smoking off CT and take her down, and with that the A side is open. So Tanya, how do you think Alter Ego can put up a stronger defense here?
Well, they are very strong, extremely strong on the map of Split. I don't know. They are splitting apart and they are not able to pull the exact strings those are required. They are not able to orchestrate the round into their favor by the end of the day. It is because Bren always have got a 5-man push coming in. So if at all for the start they are able to draw the first blood, they might be able to outnumber them and then ultimately win the round. That is how they did it when they were on the other side. But now they are on the defender side, they are on the split, and they cannot go five stack taking care of one particular side. So for now it is all about taking down early pick, taking down first blood is equal to maybe closing in towards winning the round. This is the exact change required from the side of Alter Ego. If at all they are able to do it, they might be able to win the round and again the momentum and go for the equalizer. If not, Brent is going to continue with what they are doing, and what they are doing is literally leading on the attacker's side.
Yeah, this team comp change that I'm looking at coming in from Alter Ego, it doesn't seem to be going in their favor, because usually a lot of the time on Split you see Oreophilia playing that KO instead, which can be instrumental in shutting down the opponents. But this time they've gone for the Sage, which, while it's useful, it's not really helping it. And again, the A push coming in off the back of that paranoia. It is going to be Alexi able to get that A main control, and now they have the lockdown as well. With that, it's going to be these 2 players who are struggling to hold on to the site. The Aftershock, though, will take care of the lockdown. Alexi's position here, I don't know if they expected. They know that Heaven control has been lost. Alexi's gonna find one, in fact, takes down Iceberg, waiting for the second wall range. Then he will put the wall down, and that's gonna make the retake even harder. Neri finds one, but Mikasi takes her down. Nevertheless, it's gonna be a 2v3 right now. I don't know
One
where
enemy
has the
remaining.
direction, because that might be the thing that they need to bring this round back into order, but it's not gonna happen because Alexi finds 1, 2, 3 has in quick succession to say Bren to double digits, and more than that would break Alter Ego, take a significant advantage. And of course, that's not even the end, because they have almost 4 ultimates available right now for the side of Bren. So it looks like they are on point to take this map.
They are being very combative, they are being very violent, and they are the machos now. The perfect requirement of every combination. They are taking the lead, and to the viewers, this is a little defensive favoring map. And if they're able to turn the opponents into the patty between the burger, I don't know what sort of a mincing machine are they turning into. Spike nearing to be, and mid will be also taken care of, except for Twirly. KJ versus KJ, who takes down Nabu. I will go to sleep for now. Twirly getting a frag and reuniting with the teammates.
She's still gonna be on the lurk here, I think, towards the mid, because that's gonna be more map control. But this push towards sewers might be their undoing, because look who's waiting in the vents here. That's Iceberg with the Bucky. If they jump in, they're gonna be able to pay for it. They're not gonna be making that mistake, so they realize the danger, and they are in fact heading in for this B execution here. Off the back of that Rolling Thunder being invested, Twirly will find a second on the lurk as she takes down Iceberg. That's gonna make it a 3v5 retake, as the B side control is extremely strong for the side of Bren here. Ayumi with the Sheriff. We've seen her hit some nutty shots before, but this time it seems more and more dire for them, even if Ayumi can't find that frag onto Twirly. 2v4. The clock slowly ticking, running its course. Mikasi taking down Ayumi, just the Sage. Oreophilia left all alone right now in this 1v4, and it's gonna be Bren who take it to 11-7, 1 away from match point, 2 away from creating history. as they look like they might take down the reigning queens of APAC AECL. Wow.
And that is pretty confrontational coming in from side of Bren Esports. If at all they are able to get that, I believe they deserve everything in the world. But this is going to be a timeout from the side of Alter Ego. They are willing to not allow that match point going into the favor of Bren Esports. They are going to change the strategies. And for the information as of now, what I have, it is all 5 ultimates ready, and this is going to be a very chaotic round, a lot of commotion, and it was a thrifty previous round. It was eco. Now this round is going to create a justice play, because previous one was clear to all of us, because upper hand on the weaponaries, getting the first blood from the side of Brent Esports, and then Shorty angle was perfectly held onto, but nobody want to move into that trap. Now that is Brent Esports reading Alter Ego just like an open book.
Open book it might be. Can they continue the action is the question, because Bren, they are so close to making history here. Like I was saying before the timeout, Alter Ego have never lost before in any kind of semi-final, any kind of tournament, and they're only 2 rounds away from doing it. I think that round was a bit of an eco for Alter Ego. This round they will be back online with, like you mentioned, Talia, they do have 5 ultimates available, but I'm not sure if that's going to be enough. This time it's going to be a default coming through from Bren. They don't want to mess this up. They're scared of possibly giving away the momentum, because Alter Ego is the kind of team that runs away with the round if they have it. And Neri already capitalizing off that push. Namsky as well getting one. And as quickly as that, it seems like things have shifted in the direction of
One enemy remaining.
Just one player left alive right now. Twirly in this 1v5 situation. Spike not in her control either. And it seems like Alter Ego, they've regained their momentum after that timeout.
And not even a single flawless. That is what everything is about, and the flawless. No commotion, a Neri for the savior, and Neri saves the day, saves the round, and also not allow Team Red Esports reach towards the match point. If you have a look on the other side, well, Twirly might be able to get a lockdown with yielding of 2 ultimate orbs, maybe, or maybe a frag and an ultimate orb, or whatever is comfortable. Talking about Shirazi right now. Now, Ayumi has also gained the momentum pretty quickly and is also as equalized to what Shirazi is. And the split is not going to work for Bren Esports. That is what I have for myself studied right now from the start of the map of split, or the counting yesterday as well as today. If they are going in for the split, Team Alter Ego is making all the advantage required, and they are making most use out of it, and they won the round after so long on the defender's side.
Yeah, I think that has to do more with Neri finding the perfect timing rather than Bren going for the split. Because if you do look at the 6 rounds which they won, at least 4 of them were with a mid B or a mid A split coming through. But nevertheless, this time it seems like they're gonna be waiting towards that mid B split yet again. With the default not working out, they're gonna be spotting the jump peak as well from Napsky here. They know that the Killjoy is here. They hear the utility, possibly the turret as well if they haven't heard it. And Alexi's flash, she's going to be using this to get into sight. With that ball line, she's going to find 2, in fact. Clean shots coming in from her, and the B side is going to be thrown open right now. There is the investment of that showstopper. And with that, off the back of that, it's going to be Ayumi finding 2 players instead. But the spike is still gone on Alexi. She's playing the super aggressive position here with the help of Shirazi. They do have this very, very deadly crossfire possibly coming through in their favor here. Depends on who checks who though. Neri finds 1. Do they expect Shirazi to do the question? No, they don't. Get the second, get the third, get the 4th in fact, and with that it's gonna be match point for Brent. Shirazi's heroics up there. No one checks her, and she makes them pay for it. What a round from Brent Esports. Such beautiful utility usage. That one's going in the books.
3 ultimate invested, yet not being able to get that momentum, not being able to win that round. Double frags coming in from side of Alexi. To counter that, Ayumi was right on time, immediately getting the double frags, reducing it to all equal 3 versus 3. But that angle of Ayumi, where she did make a switch from an angle just on near to the ropes towards farther away to not come into vision, but very effective. Yeah, I think this is going to be the match point, and the series point. Will Red Esports make it for easy and flawless for the count? Spike
down A.
He is fading and maybe down.
You will not kill my
They will
allies.
be able to get the resurrection, but I don't know if they expect Iceberg and a Yumi on top there, already finding one, and they're gonna be locked in there as long as that Sage Wall is there. The crossfire from Yumi and Oriofilia gets broken though, and with that Yumi is able to capitalize it and find the kill. 2v3 right now. The spike is still dropped on the A side, and Zinni, well, she has the lurk here, does have control of A Heaven. If she pushes out onto Raptor, she might be able to find the timing, and does in fact manage to do so with the help of
Player
Alexi. Make that a 2v2, Alexi now in a 2v1. It's not gonna be happening though, as Alter Ego, they stay alive here. They want to keep their title. They want to take this to overtime and possibly win, and it's not an impossible task for them. We've seen it pull it off before. We've seen them pull it off before. However, the economy has to be in their favor, and while 4 of them are able to buy, it's going to be the last round which they can indeed manage to comfortably afford to do so, I think.
There's no comfort here, Zach. That is what I would say. It is all about the goosebumps now. It is all about the nail-biting moment. It is all about everything that makes your heart race faster, and that is what exactly
Alarm bot.
Team Bren Esports is going to do. Race quickly towards side B. All the utils are coming in from the side of KJ on the defender side of place. Alexi's got a good angle, but he doesn't have to use that. Mikasi gets the opening track there, and the flank on down. Going in for the second, and Icebox is going to take the Lexi down. Already outnumbered. Lockdown activated. So is from the shadows. Ziggy knows the angle absolutely damaging. Taking down the turret, getting the site control. Spike shall be planted in no time. Indeed it is. Ladies and gentlemen, I am shivering. Are you all too? Because it is going to be a moment where they might be able to win the title, crowned the victors of this tournament.
Clearing out!
Oh yeah, I'm definitely having goosebumps right now. Mikasi, though, she does still have that aftershock. That might be taking the lockdown down.
One enemy
the headshot
remaining.
as well, and Oriofilia, and we're just one frag away from history being made. Alter Ego dethroned here. It's all in the hands of Iceberg. She does have that ultimate to work with, but she's gonna go down. Benny
Attackers
takes her
win.
out, and you've seen it here for the first time in APAC. It's gonna be Alter Ego losing to Red Esports here. Red Esports winning in such a convincing fashion on Split, finding their revenge, finding their footing in this grueling brawl between these two teams. It's nevertheless them going to be taking the victory spot and living up to the name. They're called Ren Esports Victors for a reason, and this is why, ladies and gentlemen, Shirazi is going to be walking away with the team MVP. Ayumi doing her best to stop the momentum, but nevertheless, Bren make it work. Bren take it home, and wow, I'm just shocked at this point.
I'm extremely excited to see some new histories are written here, some new pages on the book, and those pages are of Brand Esports victories. Commendable performance yesterday, continued today, 2-0 flawless, and today 3-2. Grammy, how are you feeling right now? We did talk about 5-mapper, but were you expecting Brem winning it away, taking away the title?
I was definitely not expecting this at all. I thought AECL would just take it away already, but Bren winning this out in the grand finals on AEC is just this is going down in the books. This is history being made right here in this tournament itself.
Yeah, and I'm so glad that all of us were here for it. And you have to give it to Bren, right? Like, they're a team that finally found a home in Org this year, and they've been stepping it up so hardcore, especially Mikasi. You know, she couldn't find her footing on the first and the fourth map on the Rays, but you give her the breach, she looks absolutely unstoppable here. Really making it work for Bren. Alexi as well. So many rounds playing so aggressively. In fact, that's what I love about Bren. You can never ever say that it's one player in particular who steps it up. I think if we do have to have one, if you have to pick one, it's probably going to be Shirazi here, because she was so consistent across all the 5 maps. We saw her with the Marshall on Icebox, and with that Omen today, she looked absolutely impeccable. I'm still in shock that Alter Ego actually lost, but more than that, we have to give a huge round of applause to Bren here, who have, after many times facing off against the Titans of APAC, finally, they're gonna take their flag and hammer it on top of that mountain.
On the top, the vision is pretty clear now. Brain Esports, and we did talk about it. These are going to be the top two teams of APAC competing against each other. And now, certainly, they know what did not work, because when you don't win, you always learn. And I do believe there were a few missed points for the start of the map of Split, where the lead was given to Brain Esports, and Alter Egos are going to learn out of it. And ladies and gentlemen, this ROG Showdown Series women's only tournament, this is not for the first time happening. This is for the second time, and many more to follow. Make sure that you follow all the social media, subscribe to the YouTube channel. That is how you're going to get updated about when is the next registration, when is the next tournament. And I would also personally thank you for having me in as a host and a caster. It was great talking to both the teams for the start, and some kind words from Grammy, you as well, followed by Zach.
I just really have to thank the organizers and everyone for inviting me to be here. I mean, Zach as well, you invited me to be here, and I got to witness history being made in the grand finals here. So it was a really, really great time, especially this is actually my first time casting a best of five. So it was a really great experience as well. So I would like to thank everyone for letting me be here. And yeah, I'll pass the time over to Zach.
Yeah, I think it didn't seem like your first time being here for a best of five. You did fantastic, Grammy, and of course, it was always a pleasure to be on desk for the ROG Showdown. Like Tadia mentioned, it is the second time it's happening, and even if you don't follow the socials, I will still spam it enough that you guys will be able to register. Don't worry. But yeah, jokes apart, definitely an amazing series of maps coming in here. We didn't see an overtime, which I was kind of expecting, especially on Icebox, but nevertheless, an absolutely fantastic performance coming in from both these teams. And Eneri and Ayumi, they did their usual stuff. They managed to pop off, but it is going to be the team that gets the win in the end. And for Bren, especially on that last map, every single player stepped up so strongly. The team play was completely commendable, and the reads were fantastic as well. I think Zinni is the ideal. I'm not sure, but whoever the ideal is for that team, I want to buy them a
Zinni
drink
is
after this
right.
match.
Zinni
Yeah,
is
so
definitely the ideal. There are going to be 5 queens walking with the crown on their head, held up high on the red carpet by the end of the day.
yeah, I completely agree with you on that. But I think that's it from us for at the end of the day, at least. I think that we might be having a little bit of a teaser coming in after this. So you might see the Victresses. As I say that, yes, the Victresses. That's their name, by the way. That's really cool. We might see a little bit of a match coming in from them as well. But I think that's it for this final. It's gonna be me, Zach, and my co-casters, Grammy as well as Tanya, stepping up for the day here. Great job, everybody. And we're going to be signing off for now, but don't worry, the next tournament is just around the corner here. So stay tuned.